Good morning. It is a pleasure to be here for, it's generally a pleasure to every time I come to GNF. I learn an awful lot, meet lots of old friends, meet lots of new people, hear lots of new ideas, get challenged. It's a fantastic opportunity. And this morning, we have what, I, with my history in this issue, consider to be one of the most important topics to look at. And as background, after having spent over 40 years in this field and getting involved as a lawyer in the early 80s, saying, so you're fighting the cigarette companies, how much do you know about those companies? As a lawyer, if you were going into litigation, you get to understand who it is you're going to be fighting in court. And I found there were these incredibly naive views of who the cigarette companies were, what was going on in the tobacco industry, what was the motivation, and how on earth do you debate, litigate, regulate, understand what's going on in a market if you don't actually try to learn about it? And there's an awful lot of information available. So the public companies, they're publishing results for their shareholders. They're submitting things to groups like the Securities and Exchange Commission in the United States. There's detailed information. It's far more reliable than most of what we see published in scientific journals. Nobody's ever gone to jail or gone into bankruptcy because they faked data in a scientific paper, but you don't fake data that you're sending to the SEC. So we have the privilege today to hear from two people who have followed this industry as financial analysts. Between them, they have a half of a century experience doing this. And to do their work, you really need to be very objective, look at everything that's going on to try to figure out where is this market going. That's what makes them successful as financial analysts, being right. And we're going to start with Vivian and Jonathan. You can see their write-ups in your program. Vivian's going to give an overview of where she sees the market having come from, where it is now, where it's headed. It's suddenly become a very dynamic market. And we'll have Jonathan giving a response to her. Now, before we start, I have to do the safe harbor statement. If anybody's ever dealt with analysts, companies, so this will apply to both of them. It doesn't apply to me. You can take any financial advice you want from me if you're foolish enough to listen. But Vivian has over 10 years experience as a tobacco analyst. It's actually much more than that, working as an analyst. Any information provided is not intended as investment or financial advice. She makes no representations or warranties in connection with the information provided within, nor the accuracy or applicability thereof. Lastly, she does not give, offer, or render any financial, legal, or other advice. In short, what that means is that if after listening to her, you decide to do a leveraged buyout of Philip Morris and it doesn't go well for you, you can't sue her. Vivian, over to you.
Thank you, David, and good morning, everybody. My sincere thanks to Jess and the entire team for the opportunity to be with you today. My name is Vivian Azer. I'm a former sell-side analyst, and as David said, with over a decade's worth of experience covering the global tobacco market. What I'd propose to do today is to cover three topics: nicotine yesterday, today, and tomorrow. A big piece of my research franchise over time has been analyzing the shift in consumer preferences, and I think that nicotine is a very important shift that we're seeing right now. So to put it in context, we're going to talk about where the tobacco market came from. I'm going to be using both US and global analogies to do that, where we are today, and what I see for the future as it relates to innovation in the marketplace. So where were we? When we think about the over 100-year history of tobacco formally that we know as we know it today in the United States, it was fairly limited from an innovation standpoint. The user trends were fairly predictable. The companies could manage their volume declines pretty reliably. So when I think about the first big shift in tobacco innovation over the last 100 years, it occurred in 1952. and that was with the introduction of filtered cigarettes, and that was with Kent. And what you'll see on the left-hand side of the chart is with the introduction of filtered cigarettes, it really promoted a massive change in terms of the innovation posture that you saw from the major tobacco companies. And that really reflected a shift in consumer preference. And what you'll see with just 15 years of filtered cigarettes being in the marketplace, they accounted for close to 75% of US cigarette volumes. So a very dramatic change over a very short period of time. Of course, that was influenced by some external factors like Consumer Digest and Reader's Digest, and Consumer Reports coming out with articles in the 1950s, starting to question the health impacts of cigarettes, as well as the Surgeon General's report in the United States subsequently. Why is this shift important? From a research analyst standpoint, it's because it changed the competitive landscape really dramatically. Prior to the introduction of filtered cigarettes, we had a very consolidated marketplace where 3 key brands made up a majority of the market share. But what you'll see is that with the introduction of filters, both Lucky Strike and Chesterfield ceded quite a lot of share. And in fact, in just 3 short years, the top 3 brands ceded 9 share points because of the dislocation from new brands that entered with a filtered option for consumers. The next round of innovation that looked to initially be disrupted was e-cigarettes in the United States early days in the early 2000s and 10s. The chart that I'm showing you is a market landscape that was offered by Lorillard, which was a public company back at the time, and this is 2012 data. The reason that Lorillard included this in their investor day is because they had acquired the Blue brand, which at the time had a 40% share of the very small e-cigarette market, which was only 0.5% of the US marketplace 12 years ago. Nonetheless, it was an incredibly fragmented marketplace because of the barriers to entry being quite low. The reason that e-cigarettes showed so much appeal early days is because there was a high degree of awareness out of the gate, with NJOY having introduced the King variant first, and then a lot of other competitors entering the marketplace. When Lorillard was evaluating their acquisition of Blue, you can see that consumer awareness of e-cigarettes, and this is the bottom bar on the chart, was 94%. The problem with the first round of e-cigarette innovation in the United States was, despite the fact that there was quite a lot of awareness and a fair amount of trial, consumer retention in the category was very, very low, at only 5%. What that tells me is while consumers were interested in the innovation was not delivering on the nicotine promise. We like to say, when I think about nicotine consumers, that they're perfectly irrational consumers, right? So this is all combustible cigarette smokers. So the bar is set in terms of the expectation for nicotine delivery. And if e-cigarettes weren't meeting that expectation, then consumers were willing to try the product, but they weren't willing to stay in the product category. If we look outside of the United States, as e-cigarettes were starting to gain momentum in the US, Philip Morris International, of course, was starting to launch IQOS in the heat-not-burn category, having introduced the product in Japan and Italy in 2014. What's interesting, I think, about looking at these trends is really comparing and contrasting 4 years later for Japan and Italy. You'll see that within 4 years' time in Japan, from a national share standpoint, IQOS was already a 15 share. Now, that's not 15% of heat-not-burn. That's 15% of heat-not-burn plus combustible cigarettes. And they were essentially controlling that market. But if you look at Italy, in contrast, only a 3.3% share after 4 years of commercialization. And so what we see here is that the shift in consumer preferences towards novel nicotine products is not necessarily in a straight line, and it can differ pretty dramatically country by country. However, if you fast forward to today, and this is the 10-year anniversary of IQOS commercialization, you can see that in a number of markets, IQOS is now over 20% and well over 30% in the Japanese market. If I showed you 2024 data, you would see that. So that leads us to today. Today, for the public companies that I've historically focused on professionally, you can see that there's a very wide range of outcomes in terms of the company's revenue exposure to reduced risk products, RRPs. Philip Morris International, given their over 70% share of the heat-not-burn market, is now generating close to 40% of revenues from non-combustible cigarettes. BAT in the number 2 position is at 17%, and they are making pretty good strides. And then you've got Altria, that's MO. These are all the tickers for the public companies. IMB would be Imperial Brands, and JT, of course, being Japan Tobacco, really trailing. The reason that PMI has such a notable first mover advantage really does reflect the multi-year investments where over the last decade, the company has invested over $12 billion in these novel nicotine products. So what does that mean for today? It means that heat-not-burn is the biggest reduced risk product category globally. However, combustible cigarettes still account for 89% of the total nicotine market, and this is going to exclude the US and China. But the outlook is for the disruption from novel nicotine products to accelerate, such that combustible cigarettes by 2030 are expected to only account for 70 to 75% of the global nicotine marketplace. The reason that kind of change is going to accelerate is because the companies are incentivizing consumers to move away from higher risk combustible cigarettes. This pricing architecture that PMI has offered, I think, is a very good example of that, where you can see on the right-hand side, HTUs, heated tobacco units, are priced just at a slight premium to medium-priced cigarettes and priced at a discount to premium cigarettes, and incentivizes consumers to move out of their premium cigarettes into a reduced risk platform. And you can see for nicotine pouches, the pricing is actually even below that. And if I look at the global competitive landscape, you'll see that while PMI's price points for HTUs is still at a premium to medium cigarettes, if you look at the HNB or the heat-not-burn pricing landscape competitively, this is the premium offering. What British American Tobacco has introduced into the marketplace, what Imperial Brands have introduced to the marketplace, as well as Japan Tobacco, are all priced at a discount to the IQOS variants of both Heats, Teria, and Sentia. This has allowed consumers to really remain in the category. I heard this a lot yesterday in the afternoon presentation, which I thought was so interesting. So many people in the audience acknowledged that nicotine is a sticky category. We can certainly see that in the United States, where heat-not-burn is not yet commercially available, where over the last 5 years, the category has actually gained 1 million consumers, from 51 million to 52 million. But if you look at the composition of the stacked bar chart, you'll note that that's not because cigarette consumers are growing, it's because consumers are moving into reduced risk products, namely vapor in the United States. If you look at the evolution of the number of adult vapors in the US, and so this is going to be 21 plus, average of 30-day data, and this is from Altria, you can see that as the category was evolving, there have been peaks and troughs. But what we've seen recently is a very big jump and an acceleration in terms of the number of consumers that are using vapor in the US. For PMI, the reason that consumers are switching is well evident in this chart. You'll recall that the retention rates for e-cigarettes in the US back in 2011, 2012, only 5%. For PMI's heat-not-burn offerings, it's over 70%. And that's why this kind of innovation can be disruptive, where e-cigarettes 10, 12, 15 years ago could not be. So what do we think about for the future? As we think about the outlook for category growth, the public tobacco companies, and this is specifically Philip Morris International data, continue to believe that the combustible cigarette marketplace will be in structural volume decline. They're speaking to the international landscape, but I'll offer some commentary on the US as well. Currently, US cigarette volumes are declining about 8 to 9% that's year over year, but consistently quarter over quarter. If we went back 2 years ago when we started to see these outsized declines, the tobacco companies posited that it was really just a tough comparison from COVID. In the United States, the US government certainly offered a lot of stimulus during the pandemic, and that did allow for incremental discretionary spending, and that certainly applied to the US cigarette market where volumes were flat. Prior to that, we were annualizing at about a 4 to 6% rate of decline. As we fast forward past the pandemic, given the disruption from the e-cigarette market, those declines have accelerated and they've persisted despite what we would call easy comparisons in financial terms. So PMI has a similar view of that, where they're looking for a 3% annual decline. Just to put that in context, historically, global cigarette volumes would fall about 1 to 3%, so a less bad rate of decline relative to what we had already been seeing in the United States pre-disruption. And the reason that they have a more bearish view on combustion is because of the growth outlook for all of these novel nicotine products. You'll notice on the far right-hand side, for instance, nicotine pouches are expected to grow between 30 and 35% on a compound annual basis. That's volumetric. That is, of course, off of a low base because that is the smallest of the 3 RRP categories. Heat not burn is going to be next at a 15 to 20% CAGR. It's interesting to note when Philip Morris established their medium-term outlook at their Analyst Day in Switzerland last September, their 2026 target actually trails their outlook for the category. They're looking to grow at about a 14% compound annual growth rate. What that reflects is PMI's acknowledgement that there are competitors entering the marketplace that will dislocate some of their share. And when I challenged their management team and the Analyst Day forum about why they would underperform the marketplace and are they comfortable with modest market share losses, their answer was a resounding yes. They welcome the competition from BAT and Imperial and JT because with a portfolio of offerings to offer the consumer from a category perspective, their view is they'll be able to drive more consumers away from combustible cigarettes, which is ultimately the ambition of many of these companies to drive to a smoke-free world. Then, of course, we've got closed e-vapor. The tobacco companies, the publicly traded ones, generally are focused on closed systems, both disposable as well as reusable. But some of them experimented a little bit with open systems and found that the economics can be very, very challenging. So they've moved away from that. So as we think about kind of what the mix could look like, certainly it suggests that combustible cigarettes will continue to be a share donor. Heat not burn will continue to be the largest segment within reduced risk products, but we'll continue to see diversification across the total global nicotine landscape. Why is this important? Well, if you strip out China, the major public companies account for a vast majority of the total nicotine marketplace. So they are in a position to drive change in consumer behavior because they're the ones already talking to the core combustible cigarette smoker and controlling close to 2/3 of that market. PMI being the market share leader with over a 28% share, BAT in a very close second. So what are these public companies trying to do? Ultimately, they're trying to deliver good returns for their shareholders, which will drive the stock price up, generate cash. Cash funds dividends. Dividends are very important to tobacco investors. And the ambition that PMI has laid out is that it is not just good for consumers, and it's not just good for public health, it is also very good for shareholders that they are migrating their portfolio away from combustible cigarettes. I know this is quite a complicated chart, but I thought it was informative if you just kind of read it from left to right and focus on that product contribution line. That generally speaks to the relative profitability versus a combustible cigarette. And so what you'll see here, for instance, that already international IQOS has a 30 contribution versus a cigarette at a 20, so 50% better. So as PMI already is generating close to 40% of their revenues from non-combustible products, it improves their profit margin. That's what allows them to do this continuing reinvestment around the technology and ultimately fund the $12+ billion of investments that they've made in reduced risk products over the next decade. Further to that ambition, of course, was the multi-billion-dollar acquisition of Swedish Match. And you can see that the relative economics for ZYN in the US are even more attractive than IQOS internationally. And then on the far right column, what you're going to see is their expectation for the US IQOS launch. Now, there was a lot of back and forth legally between BAT and PMI that has resulted in fits and starts in terms of the commercialization of IQOS in the US, but it's important to note that PMI was the first global tobacco company to not only get an authorization to launch the product in the United States, they also got a modified risk tobacco product designation. That means that the US Food and Drug Administration has allowed PMI to communicate to consumers that the IQOS offering is less risky than a cigarette. Not risk-free, but less risky. And that's important in terms of driving that change in consumer perception around reduced risk products. So PMI's ambition that they've established for 2030 is for 2/3 of their revenues to come from non-combustible cigarettes. As a reminder, it's about 40% today. And they aim to do that with a combination of both heat-not-burn as well as ZYN, and they have a smaller focus on the e-vapor category where they're taking a more targeted approach so as not to distract the organization given their significant market share leadership in the heat-not-burn category. For British American Tobacco, they had established a 3-prong priority where they really were equally focused on heat-not-burn, modern oral, as well as in e-vapor. That's resulted in them having to accelerate some of their investments. They reduced their medium-term earnings outlook in order to fund more reinvestment, particularly in Glo, where now we have the Glo X2 Hyper as the more recent offering into the marketplace. And so their goals are a little bit further out, right? So PMI, 2/3 by 2030. For BAT, it's 50% by 2035. They've got some investments to make to catch up and drive that mix shift, but they're very committed to it. And as I mentioned, their portfolio priorities are a little bit more balanced than you would see from PMI. For Altria, the US market share leader in the combustible cigarette segment, their innovation track record has been a little bit more lumpy given the investment in Juul and then the subsequent divestment of Juul. But they do have an ambition to double their smoke-free revenues to $5 billion by 2028. And that's all going to come from innovative smoke-free products. They have the Helix acquisition that they did, so they do have a novel nicotine pouch offering in the United States called On. They also have the acquisition of Enjoy, which they closed a little over a year ago for close to $2 billion, and they want that to be EPS accretive, earnings per share accretive by 2026. And then they do have the partnership with Japan Tobacco as well in the heat-not-burn category. And so that's the portfolio of products that that Altria will be focusing on. And lastly, with Japan Tobacco, certainly Japan Tobacco had a front row seat to the disruption that we saw in the heat-not-burn category with the introduction of IQOS in Japan in late 2014. They've had to take a pretty aggressive posture to pivoting their innovation focus in heat-not-burn, where they had established a portfolio 10 years ago that was more focused on lower nicotine offerings, which ultimately did not resonate with the consumer. So they've gone to higher heat-not-burn, higher nicotine delivery offerings, and they would like to be break even by 2028. And lastly, Imperial. Imperial underwent a leadership transition a couple of years ago, brought in a new CEO who is known to be a very successful agent of change. That resulted in a pretty meaningful shift in the company's competitive positioning in the RRP landscape. They had chased PMI and BAT and JT into the Japanese market, they pulled out of that. Polls then went into select European markets where they had good market share, they had route to market capabilities, and they felt like they had the right to compete. Not necessarily win, just compete. And I think the resetting of those aspirations is quite a positive for the industry, in particular, given that Imperial is taking a value-priced approach, which should engage more price-sensitive consumers and draw them into the category. I mentioned that the companies believe that they're doing good for consumers, they're doing good for public health, and they're going to do well for their shareholders by taking this approach. And this is just a graphic representation of some of the scientific data that PMI has published about the reduction of harmful constituents that H&Bs offer relative to combustible cigarettes. And this is another graphic representation of those different harmful constituents. Similarly, Altria has shown data that would suggest that modern oral also is a significant improvement in terms of risk exposure for consumers. So this is a lot of change for the global tobacco companies. And what it really reflects is an understanding that consumers really are wanting to shift to reduce risk products, but it's also an acknowledgement that they were operating in an industry that was in structural volume decline. Those structural volume declines ultimately also informed the expansion into the cannabis category that I'll talk about in a second. But as we think about what the outlook is to come, it's always going to be, certainly from an investor standpoint, regulation and taxation as the biggest considerations. In the US, I would highlight 3 watch-outs. Number 1, the menthol ban on cigarettes, though it doesn't look like anything's going to happen in 2024, which is an election year. The modern oral category is coming under increased scrutiny given the growth that the category is seeing, and that is being driven by Zyn, which has over a 70% share and grew its volumes 80% just last quarter, year over year. And then lastly, the real disruptive policy change that ultimately could disrupt the US industry is the very low nicotine cap that was introduced under the Trump administration actually in 2017 by Scott Gottlieb. And that aspiration is to reduce the permissible amount of nicotine in combustible cigarettes in the United States by 95% to get it below the addiction threshold and move people away from combustion entirely. On the international side, obviously the flavor bans as part of EU TPD2 are topical. There are a number of large markets that do not allow for RRPs, as I'm sure you guys have heard over the course of the last 2 days, and then tax harmonization between heat-not-burn and RRPs. And as I promised, diversification through cannabis, and this is where I'm going to wrap up. You can see that 4 out of the big 5 public companies have made some kind of investment. These vary in terms of size and scope across the page. The most notable one from a financial standpoint would be Altria. They did make close to a $2 billion investment in a Canadian licensed producer, Kronos, back in December of 2018. For PMI, BAT, and Imperial, it seems to be more IP focused, where they're looking for synergies, namely across vapor, but tobacco and cannabis are both combustible materials that can offer different effects to consumers. This is going to take a lot more time. The regulatory evolution of cannabis happens in fits and starts, and generally in the 8 years that I've been covering the cannabis market, things tend to happen a lot more slowly than certainly the investment community would have expected. So in the meantime, it continues to be incredibly focused on RRPs, which really are changing the financial profiles of the big 5 global tobacco companies. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
That's fantastic. I think we're all aware of the people who claim that use of nicotine can lower IQ in kids, which of course is nonsense. But understanding the nicotine market is probably increasing the IQ of everybody in the room. This is a sort of information that's just so valuable when we're talking about consumer products, we're talking about consumer choices, we're talking about what's happening in innovation. It's a market, and it's a market globally that's worth somewhere around $1 trillion a year the overall nicotine market. So we're going to see lots of innovation. So thank you, Vivian, for that. I'll now ask for John to give his response to what Vivian has said, and then we'll move to discussion and open it for questions.
Thanks, David. And thank you, Vivian. That was a brilliant overview of how the industry is being disrupted, transforming and having transformation thrust upon it. And as you said, it's happening at different speeds for different companies, and it's happening at different speeds in different countries too, and there are various reasons for that, including regulatory ones. But we've had quite a few sessions on regulation, so perhaps it's more interesting now to focus on corporate behaviours. Are they a good or a bad thing? What drives them? Are there parallels with other industries? Now, the classic answer from the tobacco control movement is very much that corporate behaviours are bad, almost whatever they do. Just this week, WHO Europe published a report arguing that 4 products, tobacco, alcohol, processed food, fossil fuels, are responsible for 2.7 million deaths in Europe every year. And in their conclusion, they stated that the primary interest of all major corporations is profit, and hence, regardless of the product they sell, their interests do not align with either public health or the broader public interest. That's a pretty strong position. Effectively, if you make a profit, you can never be acting in the public interest. Really? Puts me in mind of the story about the Soviet official who visits the US and is given a tour of an American grocery store, and astounded by the variety of and abundance of goods available, he asks his American guide, well, who's responsible for planning the supply of all these products? The WHO position is really pretty similar to that of Tobacco-Free Portfolios, which is a campaigning organisation which has had some success, particularly in Europe and Australia, in persuading financial institutions to sell their tobacco company stock on the grounds that investor engagement with the tobacco industry is futile, because the only acceptable outcome would be for them to just cease selling their primary product, cigarettes. Here's an odd thing, though. Vivian showed us that the 5 major publicly listed tobacco companies are getting between 4 and 39% of their revenues from non-combustible products. Most of us would like to see that higher. But what if we looked at the next tier of often state-owned tobacco companies around the world? We'd see that they're actually quite a long way off those kind of revenue share numbers, a long way back. And for various reasons, they often have not had to face those pressures to change. Why are the larger companies doing what they're doing? Well, we know it's not for some completely altruistic reason. They're not doing it just because it's the right thing to do. Nor is it really about maximizing profits or financial returns in the short term. The numbers that Vivian showed for PMI are fascinating, because they have managed to make non-combustible products a more profitable category for them. But generally, if these companies are selling products that are alternative to cigarettes, it involves making lower margins to start with. It actually depresses margins and returns. And a lot of these companies can actually boost their profits substantially in the short term by diverting the amount of money they spend on R&D and reduced harm product launches and marketing into buying their own shares back. Really, this is about survival, in fact. Again, as Vivian said, if you're in a declining industry with a finite number of years to run before it disappears, combustible cigarettes, you want to get into something else so that your company has a future. And investors realize that. They will pay a lot more for a business that's, say, making $1 billion of profit with an almost indefinite future than they would for a company making $2 billion of profit, say, but which won't exist in 10 years' time. So the answer as to why big companies are doing this is because if they don't, they'll eventually go out of business. They have to react to what consumers want, And it turns out that many consumers are very keen on having better choices than combustible cigarettes. And if the tobacco companies aren't selling these products, then disruptive new and smaller companies will instead, and that's something that's very clear when you look at the history of how the vaping industry has developed. And without wanting to focus on this too much, regulation, of course, does play a part in that, making cigarettes relatively less attractive for consumers relative to other nicotine-containing products. But regulation can only do so much, because if consumers don't like the choice that you're forcing them to make, as we know, a large proportion of them will ignore the rules and find ways to access the products that they want. Another thing to bear in mind is that because these companies aren't purely altruistic, they're not trying to maximize nicotine consumers' uptake of reduced harm products. They're trying to maximize, usually, uptake of their reduced harm products. So we sometimes see companies supporting regulatory efforts which actually might slow industry transformation. Not because they don't want the industry to transform, but because they want to be the ones to capture the profit from it. Governments can help deal with that if they create sensible regulatory schemes, ones that set rules that boost consumer safety and consumer confidence, but which don't set technical or cost barriers which are so high that smaller new entrants are excluded from the market and competition is stifled. Transformation of the tobacco industry has the potential to bring tremendous public health benefits, and yet we see that it's often viewed with suspicion by the public health tobacco control communities. Maybe because it's market-driven and not a top-down health initiative of the sort that they might be more used to supporting. Not invented here syndrome, you might call it. But perhaps if you substitute market-driven for consumer-driven to make the point that this is about educated, empowered individuals making the choices that best suit them, it becomes a more palatable concept. And I'll just finish with the thought that we're so focused on tobacco and nicotine that maybe we have a tendency to think that what's going on with reduced harm products is somehow unique. But the reality is that industries get disrupted and change all the time. Look at what technology has done to the retail and finance sectors, not to mention consumer electronics. The world moves on, there's progress. We want change and progress in things like the car or the energy sectors. And shouldn't we actually want and support change in the tobacco sector too? Thank you.
Thanks very much, John. And again, just trying to understand the dynamics that are in play here. You know, there's many of us here because we're wanting to see a changed world, a changed market, from a public health standpoint, from a consumer standpoint. And understanding what's going on and what can go on is just so important for that. So I'd like to take advantage of my position in sharing this by asking a few questions and then open it up to the rest of you to see how better we can understand the dynamics that are in place now, but even more important, where are we headed? Where might we head? Because it's pretty easy to figure out, you know, the history of how things have come about and you know where we are now. But the nature of, I mean, the work of financial analysts, of investors, is try to figure out where things are going. And that's still the same work that we're doing in terms of public health and regulation. But in public health and regulation, we can shape where things are going to be going. And that becomes very, very interesting to see what we can do. So I'd start with a question for both of you. In your understandings of the markets, of the companies, of the various players, of the various potential players, you know, we look around the world and we see very, very different paces of change in different countries. So Japan, 50% of the cigarette market's gone in 7 years. Iceland's virtually eliminated smoking, and anybody under the age of, I think, 50 now, with a combination of alternatives. Norway got rid of half their cigarette market in a decade with the introduction of snus, borrowing it from their arch enemies next door. And even in the United States, the Altria reported earlier this year that non-combustion products have gone from 20% to 40% of the total nicotine market in just 5 years. And all of these places, there have been barriers to progress. It isn't like somebody has said, we'll get it all together and we'll try to move this as rapidly as we possibly can. It's just sort of, it's happened despite various barriers. What would speed it up? If you were to think of advice, if a country said, you really know this market, we'd really like to see as rapid a transition as possible away from combustion-based nicotine delivery. What do you think we should do in order to leave even countries like Japan or Iceland in our dust? What would you say?
Yep, I'm happy to start with that. Thank you. I would say responsible regulation and responsible taxation. And so what I mean by that is continuing to age gate the product to ensure that you're not engaging new nicotine consumers, but you're really converting established combustible cigarette smokers and moving them down the risk continuum to lower risk products, and continuing to incentivize consumers in terms of the economics of the products to continue to move down the risk continuum as well. So the tax harmonization is a big one. We've seen that in the Japanese marketplace, where the Japanese government is highly reliant on tobacco taxes. As heat-not-burn products became a more and more substantial proportion of the total stick market, cigarettes plus HTUs, they have had to pursue some tax harmonization. But the price gaps do generally remain in place, so there continues to be an incentive for consumers to transition over.
Yeah, well, I certainly agree with that. And the other point is, I think what would really help is just better information for consumers about what these products are and the truth about nicotine. And one of the things which I think hampers consumers making that shift to products which are less dangerous for them is the baggage of the tobacco industry's past. And one of the things that the tobacco control community was extremely effective in doing was demonizing the tobacco companies. And let's face it, they behaved pretty badly in the past. But that has created a barrier to progress when it comes to consumers believing, and governments and the population in the world generally believing that people are doing the right thing when they're trying to sell vaping or pouches or tobacco heating. There's a lot of suspicion about that. And as we've heard, a massive amount of misinformation. And telling people the truth would be very helpful.
Following up on that, I mean, we do have some laws that have been passed, various countries, by people who claim they're fighting big tobacco, saying things like it is illegal to tell people about the difference in risk between different products, or putting huge regulatory barriers in the way of the alternatives, such as the FDA in the States. How effective do you think this is as a strategy to beat up on tobacco companies and cigarette companies? That's an easy question.
Well, it's not effective for the simple reason that, if you put barriers in the way of selling safer products, you are protecting the cash flows of the legacy combustible cigarette business. I kind of find it pretty extraordinary that people don't see that more evidently and obviously. It's bizarre. They turn out to be protecting the industry they hate.
I guess I would just offer, that what we see in the United States, I appreciate the point you're getting at, David, but if I think beyond nicotine to the cannabis industry, which is far less regulated from a federal standpoint, but even CBD, which does come under FDA purview, some of that regulation does seem to be necessary because the FDA has had to take enforcement action, for instance, against CBD product companies that are making wild claims about the multitude of diseases that this one cannabinoid can influence, and it's not true. It's not science-based. So I do think that consumers, to a certain extent, do benefit from some of those regulations because it keeps the bad actors in check, and I think that's the balance that we have to strike.
All right. And a tougher question, because it's this looking to the future, and that problem that it's hard to make predictions, particularly about the future. When we look at innovation in other areas, people who have been involved in innovation in software, electronics, et cetera, will often say things like, what keeps them up at night is wondering who's currently in their garage coming up with something that's going to make all their products redundant. And we've seen this very rapid pace of change. And we've seen companies emerge in this area and suddenly go to these huge valuations. And it seems the market is saying, yes, there's real potential here. The valuations of some of the startups from China, or what happened with Juul. If there was going to be a disruptive player, what would be your guess? Is it someone in Shenzhen? Is it a company that we haven't heard of yet, or one that most people haven't heard of yet? I'm approached by people who say we've got a better heat not burn product. We're planning to take market share from PMI. We're getting our act together. We've got better vaping products. We're seeing incredible innovation on pouches. If you were to look into that future and pretend it's 10 years from now and we're saying, what really disrupted this market? Are there the things you'd look at, things that we should be aware of or watching for?
I can start. Yes, certainly. I'm sure there are companies that we've not heard of that are working on some, potentially powerful, novel nicotine delivery systems. I would actually just remind everyone in the room that it is actually pretty hard to deliver nicotine in a consistent and effective way to consumers. There's a reason that PMI had to spend $12 billion on innovation, principally around IQOS. There's also a real reason that they're very credible, very well-funded, large key competitors, BAT, JT, Imperial, and Altria, are so far behind on heat not burn. It's not so easy. And these are companies that have very long histories of delivering nicotine in combustible format. So yes, Juul certainly knocked it out of the park in terms of delivering to the consumers what they were looking for. And I've got one in my pocket. Love it. But it is hard.
Yeah, and I think the important point to make about innovation is that actually coming up with the product concept and the design, all that is only half the battle. The really big challenge after that is actually getting it into the hands of consumers, route to market, distribution, sales, marketing. And that's something that in this category, clearly, that the big tobacco companies dominate, and it's why you can't exclude them from the debate. I mean, it's wishful thinking if you think that someone else is going to just turn up and be able to get their products to market effectively all over the world. Mm-hmm. The people who are best placed to do that are the people who are already strongly involved in the nicotine and tobacco space, i.e. the tobacco companies, the cigarette companies. And that's why I think that governments are, again, sort of stupid to imagine that this product is going to solve itself without the tobacco companies being involved. They have to be part of the solution in the end.
And I would just add to that, there was a very real need for the tobacco companies to evolve their own thinking in order to continue to drive growth in the RRP segment. PMI's current CEO, Jacek Olczak, he served as CFO and then COO before he was CEO. And I recall sitting with him in 2018 when he was serving in that COO role and asking him, what is the biggest change that you've had to make in terms of your strategic vision executing on IQOS versus combustible cigarettes? And he said, Vivian, We have run this business for decades as a B2B, business to business. We were never a business to consumer, B2C company, but that's exactly what we had to figure out how to do in order to commercialize IQOS successfully. Because I'm sure, as you know, in Warsaw and in many other countries around the world, they have their own retail storefronts, and they have to talk to consumers one-on-one. That's why they've established call centers in every country, and they proactively reach out to consumers that are new to the IQOS platform, remind them, put down your combustible cigarettes. The only way this works is if you're consistently using IQOS for the first 2 weeks, and then the transition seems to be seamless. And that's how they're able to get the 70+% retention rates. But there was a real pivot that these companies had to make in order to understand how to effectively commercialize RRPs as well.
Yeah, and I think what you're saying about the role of the incumbent players and where this market's going is, as you were saying, Jonathan, when we look at other sectors, Tesla's clearly disrupting the automobile market, but the major automobile companies are moving in a big way toward electric vehicles as well, and we probably won't get to where we want to be without their involvement. Another question, then I'll open it up for the floor, is illicit markets. Illicit markets are huge. They're growing. There's various efforts to control them. There's various people cheering for them. As Clive was saying, I think yesterday, that it seems some of the public health heroes are actually organized crime because they're getting products to people that governments otherwise wouldn't. In looking at how markets work and your experience on this, what should be the response to illicit markets if the goal is industry transformation? How would you deal with the nuances of something like this? Is it enforcement? Is it alternatives? Is it get them off the market, encourage them, legalize them? How would we best deal with the situation we see globally?
Well, in this space, to me, illicit markets are the result of consumers working something out for themselves and deciding, I want to do this, and governments, regulators getting in the way. And the best thing that governments and regulators could do is get out of the way, put sensible regulations in place, rather than trying to put barriers in the way of people making the right choices for themselves.
And I guess I would offer, certainly I don't believe I certainly, as a nicotine consumer myself, I'm a former 20-year smoker. In the last decade, I dual use e-vapor and heat not burn very happily, and I'm quite happy that the industry has given me a pathway to stay in the nicotine category in a more responsible way and in a way that I feel better about personally as a consumer. And I don't want to live in a nanny state, but some regulation, certainly responsible, as you said, John, is going to be required. I'd remind everybody what happened in the US in 2019 with E-Valley, right? I mean, if you think back to that vape use chart that I showed you, the reason that you saw that rapid decline in the number of e-cigarette users in the United States was because of this public health crisis that happened very, very quickly. And the CDC and the FDA had no idea what the culprit was initially. And if you looked at, Johns Hopkins and the Cleveland Clinic were publishing all the data from the patients they were seeing, and they knew it was some kind of vapor. But the amount of overlap in terms of consumer use between cannabis vapor and nicotine vapor was very high in the population that was getting sick, and unfortunately where we saw some mortalities as well. Ultimately, it was unregulated cannabis vapor, right? But it did create confusion. It does remind me certainly that you need regulation on the cannabis side too. So some kind of responsible regulation, because these products aren't risk-free.
Yeah, I think that was a really interesting example, very informative of what happened with the scare stories trying to attribute E-Valley to e-cigarettes. And as Vivian says, that's when we saw this big decline in the use of e-cigarettes in the United States. And I think it's really important to point out that's also when we saw an increase in cigarette sales. Cigarette sales had been falling so rapidly, and suddenly there was a year where cigarette sales went up in the United States. And it's that people substitute between products. So let's open it up to questions. Has anybody got something you want to throw at our esteemed speakers here? And because of the lighting, it's very hard for me to see people putting hands up here. So, okay, go ahead.
I just realized it's shining like the sun here. That's why I moved place.
I feel I should be confessing to something.
I'm Bengt Wiberg from Sweden. First, I have a short comment to Vivian's excellent presentation. But going back to the history lesson and being a Swede, one thing was the cigarette filter dramatically increased the sales of cigarettes. But equally dramatic was the invention of the pouch to place snus, which dramatically led from a 40% smoking prevalence among Swedish men down to 5% today. Then I have a question to Jonathan. It pleased me to hear you say the expression "not invented here." If you could develop a bit further on that, because I'm an inventor with a patent approval in Europe and United States for a pouch that prevents burning sensation and gum irritation. Thank you.
Not invented here, yeah. What I think about this is that, and we're going back a bit in history here, and I mentioned this before, the public health tobacco control community did a fantastic job of demonizing the tobacco industry and making the case that what they called the smoking epidemic was driven by industry behavior. And unfortunately, I think that they've been so successful in that they sometimes forget, actually, it's not just about somebody selling a product, it's also about people buying a product. It's about consumers making choices about doing things they want to do. And I think that public health communities often missed a lot of stuff because they're so focused on corporate behavior, not focused enough on individual behavior. And so this battle against smoking-related diseases has tended to be seen as a battle against an industry, yeah? Putting the tobacco industry out of business has become the major goal for a lot of people, rather than actually addressing the issues of individual needs and individual desires. And so that's what I meant by the not invented here syndrome. I think public health in general, so we're talking, big generalizations here, is much happier with stuff that attacks corporations, attacks what they see as bad behavior by companies, and they're on less comfortable ground conceding that actually these are individuals making choices about what they want to do. And that's unfortunate in lots of ways.
I think, there's so much that we could learn from Sweden, but I think one of the really interesting insights into the sociology of the field is that the move to safer nicotine products, safer tobacco products in Sweden, coincided pretty closely with the move to safer automobiles that came from Sweden at a time that Swedish Match and Volvo were both controlled by the same state-owned holding company. And the world cheers for what Volvo did. 3-point seatbelts have saved over 1 million lives and lauded for that, and Swedes take great pride in that. But when we get to something like snus, which has massively greater impact on health, Swedes don't take credit for it. They play it down. Many of them deny it, and the world ignores it. But anyway, to move on to other questions. Clive?
Swedes are very
Not in a hockey arena.
Hi, Clive Bates. You know, the big tobacco companies, BAT, PMI, Imperial, they've all been going for like more than 100 years, okay? What do you think they're going to look like in 15 years from now, by 2040? What sort of state they're going to be in?
Sure, thanks for that, Clive. I mean, I think the ambitions that I laid out give you a pretty good indication, you know, of that. So as a reminder for the rest of the group, and I know you know this well, BAT 50% by 2035. So that evolution, you know, will continue. It's interesting. We know that there's novel work happening within those tobacco companies, really, to further those ambitions. If you think about, you know, what Altria is trying to do with SWIC as an example, right? Taking a different approach, a capsule-based approach to heat not burn products is one example. You know, nicotine aerosols have been something that the big tobacco companies have been working on for quite some time. They've put them a bit on the back burner, but that continues to be, I think, a viable mechanism. And you can see that, you know, in some of the IP partnerships that they've been doing, you know, aerosolizing nicotine continues to be a priority, but continuing to build out that portfolio of options for consumers and reducing those barriers to entry for consumers, or those sticking points, if you will, around kind of nicotine satisfaction, I think will continue to drive it, because I mean, the Altria data for the US, I think, speaks very loudly to this. We're not seeing attrition in the number of consumers engaging in nicotine consumption in the US at all. It's just that how consumers are consuming nicotine continues to evolve, and I think that evolution will in fact accelerate.
Yeah, I think maybe it's helpful to think about this in terms of there being actually two routes that companies can go down, you know. One's the route that Vivian's outlined, and which the companies have stated for themselves, that they are successful in transforming and they are successful in shifting a large portion of their revenues to non-combustible products. But there is another avenue which will be less good for the world and for public health, which is that if you don't give these companies space and the room to transform, then maybe they just retreat into their shell and put up the defensive barriers and focus on what they've always done. And I think this is also one of the dangers of the divestment movement when it comes to tobacco shares. Because when these companies are public and listed, you can question them, you can have an influence over what they want to, you know, over their strategy. And if they're not doing something that if they're not having a strategy you like, you can get the management fired. If these companies are private and owned by some shady billionaire somewhere, they can do what they like without ever being challenged. And maybe, you know, somebody decides, forget all this vaping thing, let's just maximize the cash flow from cigarettes for as long as we can and make as much money as we can, and then, you know, head off into the sunset. And I don't think many people want to see that happen, but it is a potential danger if regulation and rules about what the companies can do goes in the wrong direction.
Certainly, I would just add to that very good point about the divestments, John, because one of the things that the public companies are really contending with is the shrinking pool of capital, right? You need incremental investment dollars to drive your share price higher, and with increasing ESG scrutiny from very large asset managers, that pool of capital has continued to shrink. And so another way that the public companies are trying to address that is not just setting those financial targets in terms of the evolution of the business, but they're very clearly tying executive compensation, both on a short and long-term basis, to those goals.
I'd just like to highlight that I think that is a real concern in what happened, because as I was introducing them and saying all the information we can learn about what's going on in this industry with these companies, and we can do that because they're publicly listed companies. You know, they are being followed by analysts. They are making presentations to shareholders. They're releasing data. They're giving incredible information to securities regulators. Private companies could become just a black box. That much harder for us to have an idea of what's going on, what they're doing, how to direct them. Other questions?
David,
Oh,
can I
nope.
chip in an even more pessimistic scenario for them?
Okay, then I'll try to top you.
Okay. The cigarette market will be in terminal decline because consumers are walking away from it. The competition will be very intense in the alternatives. The margins will be squeezed very hard, and much of the market will be illicit because of regulation that tries to prevent consumers getting what they want. They'll be squeezed on all sides: margins, competitors, and illicit.
At the back?
Sorry, very interesting, thank you. I'm Cecilia from Swedish Match. We have a pretty good track record of harm reduction. But obviously that's not giving us any positive aspects in engagement with stakeholders, regulatory stakeholders. I think we all are aware of the challenges we're facing. So my question to you is, what are you speaking to the stakeholders that thinks that we are full of bullshit? And if you are speaking to the policymakers, what do you tell them? And if you don't speak to them, why aren't you speaking to them to explain what is happening?
I mean, as a rule, I don't speak to policymakers. That's not my job. My job is to challenge public companies and try to identify the best way for investors to make money.
Yeah, and I would say, well, a similar thing. It's unfortunate, but I don't think policymakers want to hear from us. And I've said this to a few people already this week, but people are so used to hearing the negative side about tobacco businesses that even if your job is to be neutral, to be dispassionate, as it is for Vivian and I, actually in making that dispassionate case, many people think you're speaking up for the industry still, because simply to not hear a one-sided, well, these companies are really evil and bad, is challenging for a lot of people. They're just not used to hearing that story, and so yeah, we're often tarred, I think, with a tobacco brush, even if the industry's really nothing to do with us.
The bearers of bad news, or something that somebody doesn't want to hear because they've decided all of this is based on, you know, our side against their side. I think I've had lots of personal experience with that, having been invited to speak at Wall Street and other meetings that analysts are holding, and being told by colleagues in tobacco control that you're going to speak with, and they'll mention a name of one of the analysts and say, well, tell them I hate them, because they're telling people that they should buy, you know, the shares in these companies. I say, well, you know, you've got an oligopoly where they can increase prices. I mean, this is years ago. I mean, it's a slam dunk investment because people like you are preventing the measures that could make these poor investments. You're actually making cigarette companies a really great investment. So why are you upset that they're pointing that out? But it is exactly what you were saying, that you know, they take personal animosity that you would say that something could be a good investment in this sector.
Thank you. Alex Wodak. Most of the discussion today, understandably, has been about what's happening in high-income countries. That's where most of us come from. That's where most of the data is. But as we know, most of the smoking going along in the world is happening in low and middle-income countries. Most of the deaths, an increasing number of deaths, proportion of deaths, is coming from the low and middle-income countries. And to a considerable extent, markets in those countries are dominated by state-owned enterprises. So my question to the panel is, to what extent, if at all, can people like us or others like-minded around the world have an influence on those state-owned enterprises to try and encourage them to move as fast as possible from the high-risk products to much lower-risk products?
Yeah, it's a very difficult thing, I think. One of the projects I was involved in recently was looking at this thing called the Tobacco Transformation Index, which ranked the large companies around the world according to the pace they were changing. And the idea behind it was a good one, I think, that if you rank the companies according to how good a job they're doing, you in the end start to change norms. And I think while it's difficult to have a direct influence over state-owned companies and force them to change, if they eventually see that their big global peers are effective in making that shift to reduce risk products, you kind of shame them into wanting to emulate that. And I think that's potentially still, in the long run, a fruitful avenue for trying to drive change in this sector. It's just changing norms, and it's hard work. It takes a long time, requires a lot of patience, but it is an avenue that could work.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. Using high-income markets where there isn't more disposable income, where consumers can affect that change, and then seeing, positive health outcomes certainly would, I would think, positively influence lower income geographies. I would also say, the publicly traded tobacco companies are very focused. They appreciate, Alex, exactly, what you've said. So at Philip Morris's 2023 Investor Day, they did establish both medium and long-term targets for portfolio mix shift, specifically for low and middle income geographies. That's why the company is testing the bonds system for heat not burn. Those are specifically meant for lower income markets.
And I'd like to point out that there is amazing innovation that goes on in low and middle income countries that is often not seen by others. I remember when it was stated that there will never be effective telecommunications in much of what was then called the third world because there simply wasn't enough copper to make the wires for the phone lines. And it was probably only a few years ago that a meeting in Washington where somebody, I think from the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, said, well, sure, these reduced risk products might work in wealthy countries, but they're like mobile phones. Like people in wealthy countries can get them, but they'll never make any impact in places like Africa. And if anybody's been to Africa and knows what's happened with mobile communications in Africa, so don't count them out. I mean, there will probably be some major things happening. And I think one of the other interesting things, and I mean, I'm a lawyer, so we go on case studies, we use examples. But when you see great success in one area, you're very likely to get it elsewhere. And we saw that in doing anti-smoking work. You get a policy in one country, it makes it easier in the next country. Pretty soon, it's a landslide effect. What happens as we get more countries when people can no longer just say, oh, that was Sweden and they're different, but that was Norway and they're different, and that was Iceland and they're different, and Japan's different, New Zealand, of course, is different, and what's going on in the United States, well, that's different too, and of course, what you see in Lithuania, and the list starts to get pretty long, and it's pretty hard to say that they're different. And at some point, somebody says, how do we collectively use what we have for the regulatory changes that we would need to really speed this along? And as any country does that and others work to improve it, you can see, again, the takeoff of technology, and it tends to be exponential. It hits a certain level and it really takes off. And in this case, it's going to be regulation that does that, and financial markets will respond to it. We still have time for more questions.
Can I just add something to what you just said there? And I think that's a really important point that, the African use of mobile phones and the impact it's had on payments, shifting money around is fantastic. And it's something to bear in mind that the world has changed so much now that it's not like people are in different siloed countries where they just do their own thing and aren't aware of what's going on in the rest of the world. And this will be a factor that drives change as well. Consumers aren't stupid, they work stuff out for themselves. And if they're in a country which has stupid regulations about nicotine products and they're not offered choices, they will find ways to get hold of that stuff, and people will find ways to get it to them. So, once the genie's out of the bottle, you can't get it back in. And I think that's something that makes me optimistic about the future of tobacco harm reduction globally. There might be lots of stupid stuff going on, but eventually consumers who are not stupid will work stuff out for themselves and find ways to arrive at a solution.
And just to hammer that home, as various commentators have said, with the age of the internet for getting information, social media for sharing it, you can't keep secrets. I mean, information gets out, consumers move, markets move far more rapidly than they ever have. And given the size of the nicotine market, the potential of the nicotine market, it's almost like this global game for entrepreneurs of who wants to be a billionaire. What's going to happen that disrupts it? But we have a question over here.
There is one actor, one stakeholder that we have not mentioned here, and it is the philanthropy and the network of NGOs around. And sometimes it seems that these groups have captured regulation. For example, this is one opinion, and I think it is sustained by facts. Nevertheless, the question is, how can regulators or regulating agencies that intervene in the projects, in the processes that we are discussing, how can they handle these groups, these private sector groups, these NGOs and philanthropy, and how can they have the rights to participate, they are stakeholders, but they should not capture the process.
Well, I mean, Roberto, thanks. As we know, the influence of certain people over the way that global regulation develops, capturing of the WHO effectively is a massive issue for this sector. And I don't, unfortunately, I don't see an easy solution to that. It will go away in the end, I'm sure, but it's going to be a painful process waiting for that to happen. I mean, I wonder sometimes if left to their own, if the WHO is left to its own devices, it's going to do itself harm just because it takes a ridiculous position. I think that report that came out this week in Europe is really interesting because it's basically communist, It's saying that profit-seeking enterprises can never act in the public interest. And eventually I think people will realise that's ridiculous. That's not the way our society works. It's not the way we want to be organised. And I don't think long run the WHO is doing itself any favours in taking the positions it does. People will eventually realise that it's ripe for change, and change will be forced on it somehow.
I think the line that facts, reality has a way of eventually winning. And this isn't the first time you had a powerful US billionaire pushing an abstinence-only agenda on a psychoactive substance, John D. Rockefeller on alcohol prohibition. And then he changed his mind. And that played a big role in ending alcohol prohibition. Look at the international narcotics protocols, and what's happened. As society has moved on, as consumers simply ignored what the laws were in various places, my country certainly being one of them. Eventually, we ended up with things like legalizing marijuana. completely counter to these international treaties that governments had signed. And, treaties like, more powerful than the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. And the general view of governments, once they got to the point of saying, we got to deal with this, is who cares about that treaty? What are they going to do? Is WHO going to kick down our doors and beat us up? Is some sort of international drug protocol police going to come by and tell us we can't do this? Even look at how many states have legalized marijuana now. I think it just happens, and there's a point at which you can't just ignore the fact that the public is ignoring the things that you're saying, or that people aren't pointing out how ridiculous it is, or that major authorities aren't losing credibility on a wide range of issues because of doing really stupid things on one. And that's certainly affecting WHO. How does WHO have credibility when they need it on other issues, when they've sacrificed their credibility on an issue like this? We do have time for a couple more questions. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Gintautas. I'm from Kazakhstan, not government organization of harm reduction. We are medical staff. And recently in Kazakhstan banned vapes. And same situation going to be in Uzbekistan. They are looking to ban not only vapes, but all e-cigarettes products. And Kyrgyzstan is looking the same way. It's all Central Asia countries. And for me, interesting. Yesterday was I was in panel session with you, David. It was very interesting about teenagers, because it's main argument in politics of our governments, and WHO. They looking for what they suggested. It's also a point for our government. But it was interesting point today. It's you can't stop development, the progress. The progress you can slow in our countries. You can only slow down, but couldn't stop. And what I see is our regions. It will be growing up on legal products and criminalization of that market. Because if you have a ban, some will have a benefit from this. And what do you think? How long it take in our regions to change the mind of our government and how it's could possible to be faster, that process?
Either of you want to give it a shot or
Yeah, it's not an easy question to answer. How long will it take? Again, well, as you've said, people work this stuff out for themselves. And eventually, if illicit trade becomes a larger and larger part of the nicotine market, then the pressure is going to grow on governments to find a sensible way to deal with that. It usually takes far too long, but people get there in the end. And I've no doubt it'll happen even in Central Asia. At some point, people will work out that we have to regulate this sensibly. We can't just force people to go to the illicit market for their needs.
I would just offer one small example from the U.S. Menthol cigarettes have had a target on their back since the Family Tobacco Control Act passed in 2009, and that piece of legislation mandated that the Food and Drug Administration pursue an evaluation of menthol cigarettes, and they actually did it twice. Once with TPSAC, which was a scientific advisory committee, and then internally at the FDA. And throughout that process, there were public hearings. And what was so interesting to me attending those public hearings in person was that some of the biggest advocates against a menthol ban were actually the state highway patrol, the police. The police were going and testifying in front of the Food and Drug Administration. You know what? You probably shouldn't ban menthol. It's going to create a huge illicit problem that we're going to have to deal with.
Yeah, we've seen these changes in so many countries. And I said that this is led by consumers. So there's So many of the laws that we now laugh about, but were serious at the time. So, you know, the bans on homosexuality, the bans on women getting access to contraceptives. I mean, there were so many of these things that were just generally, I mean, the public starts to just ignore them. And at some point, you know, there's enough pressure that you end up getting a change. But again, going back to, you know, being a lawyer and looking at examples from elsewhere, it is very persuasive when you can make the case of what's happened elsewhere. So you say your country has done this approach and cigarette sales haven't been going down. I'd like to show you a graph from New Zealand. Oh, and one from Japan. Oh, here's Iceland. Oh, the UK. And it's working. And I went through this earlier in my career where people didn't believe that price would have an impact on consumption of cigarettes. And it's just showing graph after graph. You know, here's what happened to price, here's what happened to consumption. I learned good policy is contagious. You get good policy somewhere, it starts being adopted elsewhere, and it eventually gets to the places that are the late adopters. But it can end up happening very rapidly, and the consumers will be ahead of the regulators and the markets in all of these places. And as said, it will be people like the law enforcement saying, we have way better things to do than trying to go into local markets to find out if people are finding a product less hazardous than their cigarettes. You know, we have way better things to do than, you know, being on the highways looking for somebody trying to bring in menthol cigarettes. Yeah, we have maybe time for one more question. And then there's coffee. Coffee might be winning. Yes, it's a slam dunk for coffee. So thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to the panel.
Welcome to the session on science, and in particular bad science. We have an absolutely excellent panel this morning. We've got Roberto Sussman, Ariel Celia, Pinney Associates, Giselle Baker from PMI. Your job is what, Giselle?
I am the head of global scientific engagement.
Excellent. Okay, good. But above all, we've got the audience, okay? And we're aiming to have a lot of audience participation this morning. So, just as a kind of warm-up, well, let me explain one of the things that we want to get out of this is that Ariel and I are going to take away the feedback from this session, and we're going to use it to shape a kind of user's guide to terrible science, okay? Which is really going to be aimed at advocates, companies, individuals, organizations who are confronted by terrible scientific arguments or pseudo-scientific arguments, and our sort of guide to what's going on behind them. And this is going to be built out of our, Ariel and I now do a sort of weekly review of all the science coming out on PubMed, and it's the themes that we see over and over and over again. These papers are now quite easy to read because they all basically make the same mistake. And so we're trying to go and distill that wisdom into what I hope will be a GFN publication or a preprint or something. But the main thing is we want to test it and challenge it with this audience and this panel, okay? So the very first thing we're going to start off with is a kind of a sort of group exercise where I would like the panel first and then members of the audience to kind of just give me or give us the most annoying scientific statements or assertions or arguments that you hear. And what I want to do is get the whole lot on the table, all the stuff that we hear about, teenage brains, EVALI, gateway effect, you name it. And I'd just like to do this in a sort of rapid-fire way. So if we're going to start with a panel, could I start with maybe Ariel? You go first, and then we'll go to the audience.
Is this on? Yeah, okay.
So think, or I'll just pick on people if there's no hands.
Gateway is the main thing for me. This is what my academic research had been on before I joined Pinney, into Gateway, and we hear the quote. I think they've gone away from saying e-cigarette use causes youth to smoke. They've been a little more subtle about it, but now we hear the same talking point that youth who use e-cigarettes are 3 times more likely to smoke cigarettes.
Oh my God, possibly the most annoying argument of all time. So that's a very good one to start on. Roberto?
Third-hand smoke. It's a ghost. It's non-existent. Well, it exists, but a molecule is always here and there. Second-hand smoke equated to the particles, the killing particles that go into the children's lungs.
Okay.
And again, this is where my expertise lies. It has also annoyed me because I'm a user.
Very good. All right, you've got 2 notes there. Giselle, your nomination for annoying science. Remember, everyone thinking. What are you going to say?
I'm going to go one step away from what they're claiming. It's the use of the word may or could, especially when you throw that in front of the word association, which by definition is a may, to imply that there is actual risk. But an association means there may be risk. But what does may have an association mean? That there is risk? A double negative?
Yeah. Brilliantly annoying. The use of associations and then tentative conclusions about associations that are then reproduced as policy recommendations as if they are causal. That is something that's so pervasive, it's untrue, but well spotted. Right, who wants to go first in the audience? Gentleman at the back. Gentleman at the back, and then Norbert, then that. Okay, and if you're down there in that corner, I can't really see anything. And same in that corner over there, so you need to move, stand up, jump up, wave or something, because there's massively bright lights in those 2 corners. Okay.
In Brazil, we have often saying, including in national television, organizations saying that one vape not exactly one cartridge, just one vape is equal to 100 cigarettes.
Oh my God, yes.
Yes.
Yes, a direct hit, okay. All right, all right, go, who's next? Stand up, please.
Thank you. I would like to put it to the policy side. Sorry, Cecilia, Swedish Match. On the policy side, which I think is sort of, they use that product category X, Y, or Z has adverse health risks. And they base it upon science, and then they don't say what adverse health risks are.
Okay. Can you think of a specific?
Just generally adverse health risks, but there are other stuff.
All right.
Snus increases the risk of cleft. Nicotine increases the risk of ADHD.
Yeah, okay, got it, right, okay. Right, Norbert.
During the recent tax consultations, the German Cancer Research Institute, very well known for their economic prowess, uttered a statement in their statement, there is no evidence that increasing taxes invariably leads to a black market.
Yeah, okay. Invariably, interesting, yeah. Okay, all right, let's, John Fell and then down here.
You might find this cheating, but one that I find particularly frustrating is we don't know the long-term effects.
Oh my God, yes, 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 that's a direct hit. Yeah, okay. I can't, hang on a minute, come on, there's too many. All right, yeah, down here, sorry, this one, lady with the, all right, lady with the white here, stand up if I point to you. All right, okay, wait. It's plenty of time, come on.
Libby Clark, Imperial Brands. Causation, when it's actually an association, and when you look at the odds ratios, possibly not even that.
Okay, yes. Things that are claimed to be causal when they're associations, which they will never use the word correlation,
No.
because everybody knows that correlation is not causation. So that's a really good one. Down here, there we go. Don't forget to say your name.
The last one in the Spanish press. Carmen Escrig from Spain.
Yeah,
the last one in Spanish press. Adolescents who are now vaping will develop cancer in 15 years.
Just say it again.
Adolescents who are now vaping will develop cancer in 15 years. The last one in all Spanish press.
There's an interesting variation on that one, which is it took 50 years to discover that cigarettes cause cancer, and therefore everything's unknown for the next 50 years associated with vapes, which I think is the same sort of argument. Yeah, somebody there, yeah, you take that, and then we'll go to the back of the room, 3 in a row there. Everyone needs to be fast, please, go.
Yes, it's very fast. I'm Diego Berrastro, I'm a physician from Argentina, and I'm doing my practice with my vape in my hand, but I'm doctor, I'm consumer. And the patients told me, hey, doctor, be careful. Your vaping is worse than smoke.
Okay.
The patient is a smoker. You know that?
Okay, this is a really important one. Obviously, it's not a scientific statement, but it has become normalized now. Maybe 5 years ago, one Californian crank was willing to say that vaping and smoking are equally dangerous. Now it's a very common trope in the academic world. Okay, we're going to go to the back. Okay, there's like 3 hands up there. 1, 2, 3, really quickly, go fast.
Miguel Komura from Brazil. Vaping nicotine causes EVALI.
Okay, yep, that is everywhere. Even now, yes, go on, you've got the mic.
One vape causes EVALI.
Okay.
In Brazil is really correct.
So there's a bunch of stuff about the nonsense of EVALI. Got that? Okay. There's a couple behind you. Go. Come on.
There is no proof that cigarettes help you quit smoking.
Yeah, that's a big WHO one. Insufficient evidence, but that's when you set the evidence bar like infinitely high. Yep.
H, fact Asia, erectile dysfunction.
Okay. All right. That's enough about you. What about the science issues? Okay.
This is one sentence from the minister that is the health critic in Canada.
Oh my God, this is.
It is important to note that vaping is associated in numerous clinical studies with serious negative health impacts, including addiction, harm to brain development, seizures, increased risk for tobacco and substance use, mental health problems, pulmonary and cardiovascular disease, unintentional injuries, decreased breathing, and difficulties with concentration.
Excellent. Okay. I might need an email for that one, okay, but that was very good. And that is interesting. That is very typical of the introductory paragraphs we now see in so-called academic papers. So yes. Let's come forward a bit down here. This gentleman has had his hand up for a while. Yes, you? Yeah. Just give me a name.
John D. Miranda, United States. Nicotine is poison.
Okay, nicotine is poison, yes. Yes, if you drink a lot of it, it's definitely true. Okay. Okay, Mark, do you want to hand it to Mark there at the front, and then...
Yeah. Mark Dickinson. I'll go with two, if I may. One is comparing nicotine-containing products and looking at toxins, but not comparing it with cigarette smoke.
Okay.
Or environmental standards, and claiming that because you can measure something, it's potentially dangerous. The second I'll offer is making a link between vaping and mental health illness, and a complete discounting of the fact that people might be self-medicating mental health problems with nicotine.
So that's a direction of causation issue, and assuming that the direction is in the way that's adverse to vaping. Okay. Right. Alex has had his hand up for a while. Oh my God, there's so much.
Alex Wodak, Australia. The consumption of nicotine in children and adolescents has negative impacts on brain development, leading to long-term consequences for brain development and potentially leading to learning and anxiety disorders.
Yeah.
That's a quote from WHO.
Oh, is it? Well, we'd have definitely seen that in all the generations of nicotine users who grew up as smokers. And they walk amongst us, these zombies. So yes, that is obviously a piece of nonsense. But yes, we should definitely address that. Okay, let's see. Yep, there. Oh, I need to go over to the other side. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'm Natalia from Mexico, and it says a recent study in the US revealed that vaping consumers have 19% more chances of developing heart failure.
Oh my God, okay. All right, yeah. Actually, let's get a quick comment on that from Giselle.
That study looked at congestive heart failure following 3 years in a prospective manner, meaning they asked people if they used e-cigarette at the beginning of 3 years and didn't have congestive heart failure, and then measured at the end without asking what they did, without considering how long they had done it, when they started doing it, and used congestive heart failure, which is an outcome of cardiovascular disease, to predict the onset of cardiovascular disease. So everything about that study is wrong.
Okay, that's a good conclusion to that section. All right, Ben, hang on. Gentleman there.
Here, so recent studies have shown that nicotine is far more contagious than we previously thought.
Contagious?
Yeah. Or dangerous.
Dangerous,
or harmful.
Okay, harmful.
They could vary that kind of words.
Okay.
But it's always recent studies and new evidence.
Yeah, okay, so new evidence that you've never seen. Okay, all right. Ben, please. And then Martin.
This was just 2 weeks ago. All British newspapers, snus cause oral cancer. And it's proven it reduces oral cancer.
Okay. All right. Martin Cullip, and then at the back. Oh, okay. Hand it to Martin. He's been waiting a while.
Oh, thank you.
I get frustrated at the conflation between harm and addiction. So you'll see loads of articles say, it's said that vaping is far less harmful than smoking, but it contains nicotine, which is highly addictive.
Okay, and that word addiction is contested in its meaning, and it's laden with value, judgments, and stigma, and so on. So yes. Gentleman standing up, I think it's Kurt at the back there, in the dark.
Hi, yes, Kurt from South Africa. We've seen a lot of selection bias in our research, which is used to pass off as an entire population group.
Okay, just explain what you mean. Give me an example of what you... I know what you mean, but say what you actually mean by that.
Basically, what they say is that the youth vaping is increasing rapidly in South Africa, but they're selecting the high-income schools and not accounting for all the low-income schools. So it's a minority of the population group in that age cohort.
Okay. All right, good. Any more? We'll wind this up in a minute. All right. Okay, that's it. Just you, yeah. Stand up. Yeah.
Sorry, just quickly.
Yeah, go on, yeah.
Conflating the argument between the hypothetical risk of the gateway effect and adults quitting smoking.
Yeah. All right. It's a gateway thing. Okay, the guys down there, it's like 3 in a row down there. Or
yeah,
three.
quick one, the indiscriminate use of the word epidemic and sometimes even pandemic.
Ooh, okay, epidemic, yes.
Thomas Nader, Imperial Brands. Flavors in e-cigarettes are particularly toxic to the users.
Okay. Right, that's a good one. All right.
My one was just, we found in mice. Therefore we must ban this.
Yeah. There's a whole category, I think, around rodent studies, cell studies, in vitro studies, and even computational in silico studies, where gigantic liberties are taken and then projected into actual human effects. I think we can all be... down at the front here, we're going to wrap this up in a minute. You can all email... Oh, yeah, okay, sorry. I've got you next time. Go.
Chase Wallace from the United States. There are government campaigns against vaping that always focus on you can be inhaling toxic metals into your lungs with vaping, like nickel, chromium, and lead, which may or may not be true, but they don't mention at all the things you're inhaling when smoking tobacco. So it's definitely a focus on the lesser evil.
So there's two issues there, really. Compared to what, and also how much. You know, if you've got a couple, you're probably all breathing in a couple of molecules of molybdenum right now, for all I know. You know, so again, it's a dose thing and a comparator thing. Down in the corner's been waiting like a million years. Go.
Carolina Garcia from VAT. I'm gonna go simpler, and gently heating a substrate or aerosolizing a liquid is producing smoke, therefore is combustion. And of course, we can apply artificial intelligence to all those molecules to see how much toxicants we can produce with 900 degrees.
Right. Okay. This is a prominent WHO argument that, you know, smoke, the definition of smoke, which is stretching to allow policies that are designed to tackle smoke to stretch into things that don't produce smoke. I think that's probably where you're getting that from. Okay, good. Alex, and then perhaps the last one.
Vaping has created a new generation of addicts.
Okay. All right, that's a very good one. Okay, now, I think the interesting thing here, as it relates to some of the discussion we had yesterday, is when anybody starts using nicotine, is that a net nicotine new user? Or is there just an underlying demand for nicotine amongst certain people who will smoke, vape, use pouches, use snus, whatever? And the assumption often is that if somebody takes up vaping, that's a sort of net loss. So I think, again, it's what's the counterfactual? What's the world without vaping look like? And how many of the kids that take up vaping would also be would otherwise be taking up smoking? And that's something that never really gets any airtime, and in some jurisdictions is ignored completely.
Okay, I think we'll call that quiz. That was very well done. Give yourselves a round of applause for that. I thought it was very good, very good. All right, if anybody has any extra thoughts as we go through this, Ariel and I are going into the next phase now, and we're going to present our 10-part framework, which we will definitely have to modify, I think, in order to incorporate all the stuff that has come in. But we want to just give you a sense of where we're heading with this. Now, does anyone in command and control over there have a thing for changing the slides over? Because we've got a slide presentation. What? Oh, on the next. Oh, sorry. Okay, right. Okay. Let me just. We'll have to swap ourselves around on this. Thank you. That's great. Okay. So, can we have the slides up that we have for this session? Oh, good. Very good. Okay. So we're going to do this guide in which we're going to absorb. Are these working? Are these, or shall I use this? Is this working? Oh, yes, it is. Great. Okay. Right. Okay, so we're going to, we've got this sort of 10-part framework, but I think we'll probably end up with a 15-part framework by the time we've had all the feedback. So I want to quickly go through this. This is our 10-part framework. I'm going to go, no need to take that in now. We're going to go into each of these individually. So let me start with toxic. And this has picked up a whole load of things, which is when you say something is toxic, it's not the same as saying you can detect a potentially toxic element in it. The dose matters. And we've known this for several centuries. You know, if you've just got a few, nanograms of something in the substance, it's not necessarily toxic. And I think we've got to think in terms of meaningful. In my reviews, I always call it, how material is this? How much should somebody concerned with public health be bothered about this? And I think in this thing we also include the in vitro, in vivo studies where they are projecting kind of like enormous risks from animal or cell studies. We also have to remember, and I think this is something that people forget, it's not a very popular argument, but these are pictures from smoking epidemiology, okay? So this is about smoking. And these curves are premature mortality, or mortality curves. And the bottom dark blue one is how likely you are to die if you're a continuing smoker by a given age. So along the bottom it's age, okay? So you see that gap opens up from about the age of 40. Now, if you quit before the age of 40, which is the chart in the top right-hand corner, you avoid nearly all of almost all, very close to all, the premature mortality risks associated with smoking. Now, the flip side of that is that the body is actually very resilient. And you can smoke for quite long. So long as you give it up before you're 40, you're mostly okay. But that means that people can be subject to around 25 years of exposure to all the high concentrations of toxicants in cigarette smoke and still not suffer these sort of lifetime differences. And that's why we see big differences between conclusions drawn from epidemiology, which actually measures mortality over time, and sort of detailed studies, clinical studies on sort of exposure, because they don't really reflect the degree of resilience that there is. Right, are you doing the next one?
You're doing the next one.
Oh, I am? Okay. So, yes, sorry, I'm doing the next one. So this is the second part here. And this is really calculations about risk. And this is the repeated assertion that XYZ, smoking, pouches, snus, whatever, are not a safe alternative to smoking or just not a safe alternative to anything. Okay, now, this is a really unhelpful risk communication. It's not an appropriate way of thinking about huge differences in risk. You know, and that's a snooze pouch there. The Americans forced them to put that warning on, yet there's nothing in that that communicates that the risks are 2 orders of magnitude or greater, less than the risks of smoking. So misuse of risk communication and risk-based statements they are true. It's probably true that that's not a safe alternative, but deeply misleading. True but misleading statements. Okay, Ariel, I think this is yours. This is picked up by a lot of the comments earlier.
Okay, then the next one is all the disease studies, all the studies of e-cigarette use and some health outcome. There's 2 basic flaws that are there in almost all of the studies. There is a handful of studies that make an honest attempt at looking at this. But let me start with one that I don't even really count as the 2 things, is that these are mostly observational studies, so they're not experimental. So therefore, just by its nature, the ability to say it's a causal relationship is very limited. But even aside from that, there was a paper that came out recently, subject to some criticism, looking at e-cigarette use and myocardial infarction. A couple of fundamental flaws with most of these studies are, number one, that it doesn't rule out cases where the outcome occurred before people even started using e-cigarettes. And once you take those out, then the association sometimes disappears, but it's very unreliable in any case when you have, unless you take efforts to eliminate the observations like that, where e-cigarette use started afterwards. There's also an element of reverse causality there, possibly, because if somebody's really sick from cigarette smoking and that motivates them to quit to improve their health, then they're more likely to use e-cigarettes, but they're also more likely to have been sick to begin with. The other issue is that most people who use e-cigarettes have a history of smoking, so you don't know whether any health conditions are caused by the prior cigarette smoking history versus the e-cigarette use. And the analysts often treat this, they say, we're controlling for cigarette smoking history, but usually this is very crude. They're only controlling for whether or not you currently smoke. They're not controlling for the cumulative exposure across the lifetime, which is really essential. Yet because they treat this as a control variable, they then attribute anything remaining to e-cigarette use, when more likely it's caused by the prior cigarette smoking.
Oh, okay, should we just pause here? If there's any feedback so far from the panel, any thoughts from the panel on what we've seen, things that need to be added into just these first 3 sections. Why don't you go, Robert? Pick up a mic.
There is something absent here, and is the eternal claim that flavors attract kids.
Okay.
And it has very strong policy implications, but it is everybody's attracted to flavors. Kids are. It is not fair to think that kids will not be attracted to nice flavors, but is it the driving force that? Yeah.
Okay, so we have a slot for this at point 6 in our framework, with inappropriate causal assertions. Okay, so we're concentrating on health and toxicity at the moment. Okay. You I think previously raised the whole issue of secondhand aerosol, secondhand smoke, third-hand aerosol. Presumably there's fourth-hand aerosol that somebody in California is working on right now. Are there any other aspects here? Yeah.
Well, I think it's about risk communication and why you would use absolute risk versus relative risk. And coming up through an epidemiological education, you learn very early that if you want to prevent something from happening, you need to speak in absolute risk. It will kill you. It has a carcinogen in, so therefore can cause cancer, therefore it's deadly. Absolute. Where if you want to change behavior and you want people to do something they're not willing to do, you speak in relative terms because it's encouraging. And that use of it to try and drive a behavior in public health, I think, is something that touches on all of these.
Okay, so that's an interesting nuance on if you're trying to get a more subtle behavior change, you have to use more subtle messaging.
Exactly.
Okay, very good.
Add
Roberto,
something very quickly. Yeah, in terms of many of the studies that look at emissions, and it generalizes also in other issues, they take the most extreme possibility of a system and assume there is normal usage.
Yeah.
And this, for example, in a car, like a car can go 200 kilometers per hour. It's possible for a car, but who drives at that speed? So if you look at security of cars, you have to look at in the ranges of parameters where it is used.
Absolutely right. So people taking a vaping device, cranking it up to maximum, sticking it into a machine, and measuring the toxic but uninhalable stuff that comes out of it. You might as well look at, the nutritional value of burnt toast, driving a car at 100 kilometers per hour in first gear.
Exactly.
That's what it's telling you. All right, let's have any from the audience. Ben, everybody quick now. Ben.
I'd like to comment. Is it on? I'd like to comment on the not safe.
Mm-hmm.
I and Atakan Befritz were personally witness when a Karolinska Institute professor was banning a doctor who was making his thesis saying that snus should not be compared to smoking. It should be compared to no nicotine use at all. Mm-hmm. And those having quotations in their theses with doctors who have written about this, they should have a red star mark.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so there's a point there about relative and absolute risk. And I think also in society, we don't aim for zero absolute risk. We aim for acceptable risk. And we don't if people say that, bacon or cheese are not particularly healthy foods, we don't have a lengthy discussion about which is the more unhealthy, and we just say, actually, those risks are acceptable in diet. I really think, sorry, go on. You were going to say something?
Yes.
Well, say it.
Very quickly.
Yeah.
The reference, like when a pneumologist says, it is important when you're evaluating risks to have a reference with a consensus. When a pneumologist says, our lungs were made to breathe fresh air, I would like to, and I have said it to oncologists, that means Dr. X is planning to move 150 kilometers away in some corner. Oh. See, the reference is important. Fresh air and no use and safe, all these things have to be given proper references or else they are useless.
One thing I just wanted to ask Giselle as well. I mean, one of the things that these, when people find, we find, a few molecules of chromium or something like that, isn't that often a comment on the detection equipment, which I assume, I don't know about this, but from a lab point of view, that this stuff is becoming more sensitive all the time, and therefore things that weren't detectable 10 years ago are detectable now?
It's two things. One, that they increased sensitivity of the analysis, but the fact is if you don't identify, if you don't design the sensitivity for that specific compound, you can't measure it. So if you don't go looking for a compound, you won't find it.
Okay. We've got a gentleman, thanks for that. We've got a gentleman here.
Recently, I was in a Senate hearing, and a friend of mine, a toxicologist, remember everyone that crowlein, that is sometimes presented in e-cigarettes, is a level 1 carcinogenic according to international standards, but it's also present in the meat on the everyday barbecue.
Yeah. Okay.
So that is something like absolute and relative risk.
Excellent. And this, there's a variation of that, which is contains a class 2B carcinogen, which means there's no evidence that it is a carcinogen, just that somebody thinks it might be. So that's an IARC definition. Alex, and then we'll move on to the next few in this series, which I think are all being done by Ariel.
Thank you. Look, I think this is a terrific exercise, and I congratulate all of you and the program organizers for putting this on. And I may be jumping several steps ahead, But I think that, you know, and what I like about this is we're actually critically examining what people with very different views are saying. But there's another dimension to this that needs to happen somehow by someone, and that is looking at the population traction of these statements. And to some extent that can be done by literature analysis, how often are things said, but also there has to be a kind of focus group type study that looks and sees which of these really make a difference.
Okay, I think that's a very interesting point, because what I think you see is what I call a sort of accretion of alarm that happens, that right at the back, at the beginning, the scientific paper, there'll be a bunch of caveats that say, no, the headline that we've presented you with isn't actually true. Then there'll be a press release from the university publicity department which says, aha, look at this headline. And then there'll be something in the press which is, oh my God, everybody stop vaping, which is essentially deliberate. It starts at the beginning, and the papers are written in such a way that that outcome in the press is predictable. And the scientists will blame the newspapers, but it's not the newspapers to blame, it's the scientists to blame. And I think that is how that science is shaped to get alarmist headlines, and therefore to win the sort of notoriety and the prestige of the original authors. And the most extreme example of that, I think, was the formaldehyde paper in 2015, where absolutely disreputable use of reporting there, claiming that the vapes were going to cause 2.5 times the rate of cancer or something. It's completely outrageous. Right, I think, unless there's anyone who has an absolutely burning one, we will move on. Ariel, I think, has the next 3, because they're sort of similar in some ways. They're related. So over to an actual expert.
Okay, the next 2 have to do with behavioral studies. So first is RCTs. So we see the claim everywhere that e-cigarettes are being advertised as effective for smoking cessation, and there's no evidence that they are. There's not sufficient evidence that they are. There is sufficient evidence, and Cochrane says so. So I think the case is closed on that one. I don't think anybody can really reasonably deny any longer that e-cigarettes are effective for smoking cessation. But I also want to make a broader point, is that even when in many places where e-cigarettes are accepted as harm reduction, it's only in the context of cessation. And I'm going to show a slide from some of the work that I've done at Penny with Juul. Switching with ends on the left-hand side here has a completely different time response than quitting smoking with NRT. So the point here is that cessation is not the only way that e-cigarettes can have a harm reduction effect. Many of you in the audience are accidental switchers, and that's a lot of what I think explains this, because to use NRT and to be in a formal cessation pathway, you have to make the a priori decision that I'm going to quit, here's my quit day. You go and seek NRT or some other prescription or some other aid if you're going to. Sometimes you do cold turkey, but the point is that ahead of time, you're intending to quit, and that's the intention. And that kind of fails more and more over time. Whereas with accidental switching and with ends use and use as an alternate consumer product, it's gradually displacing, and it's often accompanied by a period of dual use. And success rates for switching increase over time in contrast to NRT. So this is another point that bothers me, where kind of the only acceptable use of e-cigarettes is for cessation, but it's much wider than that. And the big difference here is reach, really, because according to PATH data, only about 10 to 15% of people who smoke are ready to quit in the next 30 days. So what about the other 80%? Even if NRT is 100% effective, it can only reach about 15% of people who smoke, whereas e-cigarettes could potentially reach a lot more. There's also some good research out of the PATH team, the PATH study in the US, showing that even among people that never intend to quit smoking, those who do try e-cigarettes have very high odds of eventually switching.
Ariel, can I just butt in on this, because I think it's a really important point. Everybody goes, RCT is the gold standard, okay?
RCTs are not really designed to capture the effect of consumer products in the ways that Ariel has been describing. There are other ways as well. First of all, the studies generally end well before vapes have had their full effect, and you can see that the vaping cessation rate rises, the classic cessation rate falls. But there are other things as well. RCTs generally randomize. That's the point of them, and therefore they don't let users choose what they're actually going to do. And choice and volition plays a really important part in the success of vapes. Users go into a marketplace and choose what they actually want. And I think the other big thing that's missing, I think you're alluding to it at the end there, is an RCT doesn't tell you how many people are willing to follow that path. Okay? The perfectly effective product that no one wants to use isn't really any use to anyone. So you have to have both popularity and effectiveness for a big public health impact. And RCTs don't capture that effect. And they certainly don't capture the accidental quitters. Generally, people who don't want to, you can design them to do this, but most of the RCTs don't capture people who drift into vaping as an alternative to smoking that they use at certain times and then go on to quit smoking. That's not what an RCT generally does. Is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely. Completely
Can I give a statistical nerdy answer as well? As a statistician, the one thing when I move from pharma over to the tobacco research that I look at from a randomized controlled study is its external allocation, which goes to your lack of choosing. But it goes one step further, which is then when you analyze them, everybody wants to see an intent to treat. And an intent to treat gives you a very wrong expectation of your outcome, because what drives non-compliance is completely assuming external allocation when it's an internal choice. So the statistics that they give at the end are actually invalid.
Okay. One quick point, because we don't I'm allowed to interrupt, but you're not, so go on.
One quick point, the definition of abstinence. Like, for example, in my case, I occasionally smoke, so I would fail. I would be a failure for randomized control trials, but what I do is very representative. Many people do that.
Yeah. Okay, so that's this is the sort of classification of dual use as if it's one thing, where it could be somebody who smokes once a month and vapes the rest of the time, or somebody who smokes all the time and vapes once a month to mess around at a party. They're totally different behaviors. They're captured in the same way in the trial results often. Let's get back to Ariel working through this framework. Next one.
Okay, next, there was a criticism a few years ago about, well, even if e-cigarettes are effective in RCTs, what about where's the population level evidence that they're making an impact? There is a lot of population level evidence. And first I'll talk about youth with the gateway. So this is from a paper I did where it's a simulation model where I say, okay, if the gateway were true, what would smoking trends look like versus what do they actually look like now? And the point here is that it's hard to measure gateway because you don't know what you can't directly observe what youth would have been doing in a world without e-cigarettes. So we have to come up with ways to estimate this using trend modeling from before e-cigarettes appeared. So that's what I'm doing in this paper. And essentially the lesson here is that it takes quite a large diversion effect to explain the actual population level trends. Doesn't necessarily prove diversion because again, we can only sort of indirectly estimate, but it does show that the predictions of gateway are very inconsistent with real world population level trends. And then extending this to adult age groups, there's kind of a patterning by age where the age groups that, and not necessarily age, but any other stratification of the population you can think of. The groups that take up e-cigarette use in greater numbers have a larger drop in smoking compared to what we might expect based on the pre-existing trends.
All right. There's another element to this that I want to raise here, which is what you see is a rapid decline in smoking coincided with a rapid rise in vaping. And then the tobacco control people say, yeah, well, that's tobacco 21. Or that's our plain packaging measure. So is that something that, that sort of false
like causal claim, like it feels like theft of success or something.
Yes, yeah, thank you for bringing that up. My response to that is that this general trend is consistent across countries, across many other countries that didn't have equivalent legislation at the same exact time. It's also consistent in retail data, and like pretty much any way you look at cigarette trends and project them in the future, it's a very robust finding across settings.
Ariel, what about the one that you hear, which is, randomized controlled trials, not the real world. The population trends don't bear out that e-cigarettes are making any difference at all. Where do you come down on that?
I mean, I would show them this exact type of result because there is a detectable drop in cigarette smoking that's pretty robust, and it correlates with the degree of uptake in different populations. So there is an RCT effect, but there's also a larger population effect that extends beyond the cessation.
I'd also note that if you said, well, okay, well, show us the population effect with NRT or varenicline or conventional tobacco, they'd be like, yeah, well, we've got a randomized controlled trial that covers that.
Right, yeah. That's a good point. Yep.
Yeah. All right, do we want to do the next one and then go to the team?
Okay, so the next one is getting a little more abstract in terms of inappropriate conclusions of causality. So back to gateway, since we just looked at that. There's a tendency, even if, I think the researchers are pretty careful at not explicitly claiming causality, but where causality sneaks in is in May, as you talked about, Giselle, and also in the implications or recommendations that they make at the end of the paper. If there's a paper on, there was a recent paper on e-cigarette use and asthma, and they were careful to avoid explicitly claiming causality, and they even said, oh, we can't establish causality. But then in the implications, they say, we need to reduce e-cigarette use to prevent earlier onset of asthma. And that recommendation only makes sense if they are assuming that it's a causal relationship. So that's where the causality sneaks in. And then another thing that didn't get raised that's this morning in the session is social media. Like, I'm going to raise this as another example of inappropriate causality. There's a ton of social media studies analyzing self-reported exposure to e-cigarette advertising and e-cigarette use or susceptibility. Have a separate rant on susceptibility that I won't even get into today. But with social media and self-reported exposure, there's all sorts of other explanations. It's interpreted like the authors fundamentally usually say we need to crack down on social media. We need to have more social media restrictions and more marketing restrictions with the assumption that it's going to reduce e-cigarette use. But it doesn't really account for, number one, a selection bias, attentional bias, where youth who are already using these products or are interested in using these products are more likely to recall seeing such content. And also the direct nature of social media. They're not passive consumers like they are in the form of like mailers or television ads. Social media, you have an active role in what accounts you follow, what the algorithm then feeds it back to you and shows you more of what you've already expressed interest in.
All right. Shall we pause at that point? Where are we up to?
Number 6. Number
6, okay. Let's have any comments from the panel first on this stuff. It's more like populations, things, big trials, drawing inferences from trends and all of that. Any comments on this?
Well, I think what I always find interesting is that they pit one against another. Mm-hmm. So even if you have both, it seems like as long as you act a little bit appalled by the fact that somebody would conclude something, it means it's not true. So they have a randomized study, but that doesn't show this. Mm-hmm. Okay, but there's the population study in an observational manner that does. And you're like, yeah, but that's not randomized.
Right, okay. All right, so there's a kind of, I mean, I think the right way nothing's ever totally conclusive, but the right way is to get a sense of the totality of the evidence. And that includes things that, randomized controlled trials, population studies, observational studies, even testimony, which most people say, well, that's just anecdote. But actually, if you get 10,000 anecdotes, that's actually very compelling evidence. So let's go to the audience now and get...
I just wanted to comment that sometimes in observational studies, especially related to gateway, there are some very dirty statistical tricks. They have been identified.
Okay.
And essentially, it's hiding part of the sample and manipulating the samples to get what you need.
All right, let's get some comments from the audience. Let's start with Norbert here, then we'll go to the... Anybody in the... Yes, at the back there in a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. Okay, Norbert, go. We'll just go around and then to her.
Norbert Schmidt, German consumer. What bugs me most is the same people who claim thousands of testimonials by consumers are just irrelevant anecdotes. The same people, if somebody reports some illness,
yes, absolutely, I'm with you. Okay,
and claims it on vaping.
Yeah,
it's an important case study.
I vaped and then had a seizure. And that's it. That's the news sorted out. I completely agree. That's brilliant. Okay. Do you want to take the mic and then we'll go to there and then we'll go to the back corner over there?
Hello, I'm Nicoleta from Romania. And yes, stand up. And I want to say that we can relativization of the science can be done, but there are some perils in that. In my opinion, random control trials are golden standard because it measures the effect of an intervention we are made in a population, smoking population in this case. And the problem with random control trials probably are related to the fact that we cannot control very well the variables. Even in these control trials, the problems are with the control of the variables we are using and with the interpretation. And these are the main problem for a good science researchers.
I think it's just to draw, in case anyone missed that really important here is the concept of external validity. So you run a trial. How well does it actually reflect and represent the phenomenon in society that you are trying to measure, which is generally not randomized, not controlled, and not time limited in the form of a trial. And I think the best example of poor external validity is actually the trials that purport to show that reduced nicotine cigarettes will, reduce the sort of disease consequences of smoking, because they are not measuring or in any way modeling the real world, in which there would be illicit supply, there would be switching between smoking and smoking cigarettes and smoking other types of tobacco products and so on. So unless the trial is set up to represent the real world phenomenon, which is an economic marketplace disturbed by regulation in that case, then it's not actually measuring or examining the thing that you are interested in scientifically. So I think we should really focus. That's a really good point. Let's go to the back.
When Ariali was talking, about RCT studies, she mentioned dual use, and I remember that nobody here commented about something that often happens in Brazil, that dual use is worse than just smoking.
Right. Okay, you can comment on that.
Yeah, thank you so much for bringing up that point. That's really important. And this is comparing apples and oranges, because people who dual use are usually they smoke more heavily to begin with. So it's comparing apples and oranges there. But really, if you look at within an individual person at the point when they started e-cigarette use, I have a paper on the dual purchaser study showing this. The majority of people substantially reduce their baseline cigarette consumption. So I agree with you. There's a lot of alarmism about dual use, but it's based on statistical tricks.
And the dual users might be different kind of people. They might be more dependent. So the way that some of these things are compared, if you compared all dual users with non-dual users, you might find that they're consuming more nicotine and more toxicants. But if you compared one user over time going from smoking to dual use, you see a different picture. So it depends how you actually examine these things. Gentleman at the back there. Let's get the mic on.
It's done. So I'm Claude Guéron from PMI. I mean, we can blame the scientists, we can blame the media, and we can blame the governments for a lot of stuff. But one part of that's quite often we don't kind of criticize is the actual journalists who publish the original studies, because many of these studies are published in quite prominent journals, actually. Yeah. And a lot of the statistics, the thing we see here is things you learn the first week in a statistical course or the first week in a course of trial designs. And to me, it's really puzzling that the reviewers don't spot these things. Things go straight through the review process, then they are published, and then the spin starts. So I think this is really, really strange. And to me, I don't understand.
I agree with you. I think we're going to come back and look at the reasons, if we get time, we're going to look at the reasons why this bad science happens in the sort of next section after we've got through these 10 points. I'm going to carry on now, just mindful of the time. We are moving through, but don't forget, any of this can be picked up later or separately with us, okay? I'm going to go next, I think. Fall off. Right, where's our slides gone? Okay, right. That was the point of the causation one. There was that youngsters who listen to loud music are at risk of drugs, alcohol, and sex, as if loud music is the main cause of those things. And obviously, this is a common liability issue. Anyway, let's go. Policy recommendations. Okay, this is where you know scientists move ahead from basic science to drawing policy recommendations, and I would say, you know, we should think in terms of there being three types of science, really. You could probably extend it to 4 or 5, but let's just say there's observation, right, which is understanding what is actually happening in the world, you know, characterizing different trends, different behaviors, understand what, you know, how much toxic exposure do you have. Then the second type is interpretation, okay? Why is that happening? What are the causal drivers? What is creating these effects that we are observing? And then the third type is intervention, which is what is the science of you know, what do we know about intervening to change that behavior or that exposure or anything? And the problem you see is that a lot of scientists don't understand the differences between these three. So they'll do an observational study. They'll say, oh, look, more young people use flavors, and then which is a true statement. And then at the end of it, they'll say, and therefore ban flavors, which is an intervention question. And of course, when you study interventions, you're really moving into economic territory. You're moving into what happens in a market, or what do suppliers do? How does an illicit trade react? How do companies react? What do consumers do to work around? Okay, so you have to be mindful of unintended consequences. You have to have insights into trade-offs. Are we going to do something that has a minor benefit for young people but is catastrophically bad for adults, and so on? So one of the things that I find so annoying is observational or interpretive papers that jump to a policy conclusion, okay? And you see this, it's almost like, oh, I did a load of work and now I can say something about policy, as if it's obvious. But policy making is a discipline in its own right, and it's not straightforward. It's generally economically based, and it's usually about the, you know, behavioral economics or the functioning of markets. This is one example I've got here. This is an extremely detailed presentation given by someone from the Netherlands. After 33 slides, they end up with this, which is a list of flavor ingredients that they say should be permitted on the Dutch market, okay? And it's not very many, and they're all designed to produce tobacco flavors. Check out the next slide in this presentation, okay? What other things that could go wrong? Okay, and then suddenly they're talking about, well, you know, DIY, flavoring, mixing, less attractive as a smoking cessation thing, decreased ends use, but more cigarette use, increased illicit markets. And she gives this presentation, puts that slide up, and then moves on. Doesn't even comment on it, okay? Yet, those are the issues. It's not the first 33 slides working out what chemicals you are allowed or not allowed to create a tobacco-only environment. It's those things are the policy questions. Just basically ignored those. So that's an example of what I'm talking about. Questions not asked. Is that me or you? That's you, isn't it? You can
keep going, because I think you have a good question not asked in there.
Okay, yeah, all right. Questions not asked. I'm going to carry on this one. So the very, very first stage of science is, what do we actually study? Okay? And a variation of that is, what do the funders fund? And what do the journals want to publish? And that's a massive filter. Okay? So I'll give you some examples here. Let's start with this one. Oh God. Okay. Why is there a demand for nicotine? How many papers can you lay your hands on easily that explain why people use nicotine? Why, you know, how much of it is there setting out this is my model of why there is a demand for nicotine. How much of that do you actually see? But let me suggest some others. There's been an amazing change in the rate of cigarette consumption in Japan, okay? Are the skies above Tokyo dark with the planes of tobacco control researchers flying into Narita Airport to study that? No, they are not. They're not interested. Same with the snus experience in Sweden. Don't want to study that in detail, with a few honourable exceptions. There's very little interest in New Zealand and the incredible experience that's been achieved with Maori smoking, but there's a lot of upset about some endgame measures that have been cancelled by an incoming government. So these are the sort of issues that I think just never hit the science. Anyone, you want to add something? Okay.
I'll add a couple of my own. Agree with all of that. A lot of what I see in the weekly literature reviews is kind of, which it's linked to the last point as well, on unintended consequences, especially with policy. So there's a lot of studies, and I'll give a shout out to one of the science lab sessions from yesterday. I think it was a JTI session that did a scoping review of papers on flavor bans. And of 23 papers that they found on flavor bans, only 5 of them looked at unintended consequences. And that's really the most important part of it. Most policies will have their directly intended effect, but there's all these off effects that in many cases, when you're talking about using a reduced harm product versus the unintended consequence of going back to smoking, that's a lot bigger of an effect on overall health. And that really needs to be examined.
Exactly, and a number of, you quite often see, well, we did this intervention on e-cigarettes, like we banned flavors in San Francisco, for example, and the paper will come back saying, oh, look, the sales of flavored e-cigarette products in shops in San Francisco has gone way down. Big win for the policy. Except they didn't look at what happened to smoking. They didn't look what happened to illicit trade, cross-border trade, people buying over the internet or anything. They didn't study the full phenomenon. They asked a very narrow question and answered it, and that's quite typical. All right, next, I think, yeah, oh, sorry, I meant to say as well, things like vaping cessation papers, you have to ask the question. If you're doing public policy, one of the things that you always ask is, what's the cost effectiveness? And for there to be cost effectiveness, there has to be substantial health gains. And for there to be substantial health gains, there has to be substantial ill health associated with vaping. So, when you're talking about spending public money, are you really doing it in a wise and sensible way? So that's just another area where you see incomplete policy analysis. Okay. Right. Yeah. Oh no, it's the tobacco industry. So this is the sort of strategy that I think kind of caricatures the tobacco industry by suggesting that people like Giselle are like these fat old men from the. This is a congressional hearing back in 1994, I think. But there's a constant evocation of that model of big tobacco without ever really understanding what the tobacco industry is. And I'm first to be skeptical about the industry, but I think we have to accept that since around 2000, when there was a massive amount of litigation, when there was jeopardy for the execs that they'd end up in jail for racketeering, they were running running the black market and things like that. They were genuinely doing terrible things. They have taken fright and have cleaned up their act to some extent. They also now have these alternative offerings, reduced risk products, which they're trying to promote as alternatives to cigarettes. That's a very different industry to the one that we had in 1994. And we have to be realistic about that. It doesn't mean that we are naive about it or that we're not skeptical about it, but it's a very different thing. And using documents from 1954 to sort of understand the behavior of the industry now, I think is inappropriate. But I'm going to come to Giselle, and I'm going to put the blunt question to you. The tobacco industry has an absolutely terrible reputation. Why should we trust its science?
And I'm going to give not a tobacco industry answer, but a science answer.
Okay.
Science isn't based on trust. And I hate that question because it's not about trust. It's about open, it's about sharing, and it's about having an audience on the other side that will interrogate the data and come to their own conclusions. Where there should be absolutely no trust, or maybe even mistrust, is when the data isn't shared, when methods aren't available, and it doesn't matter what industry or lack of industry you come from, if you don't make your methods and your data available so that they can be interrogated, that's where misinformation comes from.
Brilliant. I really do agree. Do you want to say something? You're a scientist. Yes. Go.
Hello. Hi. Yes, I would like to talk from outside the industry. And I have professionally collaborated with co-authors in Italy and France to make a revision of studies, the methodology, their assumptions, the results, etc. And we have looked at industry studies. We have also looked at the quotation mark independent. And I can say that it is true what Giselle is saying. The industry, when you read an industry study, you find everything. Everything. You can really reproduce or replicate the study if you want. And I have also been a referee of papers that criticize the industry. For example, one paper would try to expose PMI on the issue of IQOS by saying, well, PMI published this study on whatever, doesn't matter the subject. And then these are 6 independent studies that obtain, some of them a similar result, some of them another result. But these 6 studies were not replicating PMI studies, so what they were claiming is wrong. Because if you study certain type of cells exposed to IQOS aerosol, and then you study other type of cells, this is a different experiment with different assumptions. So it is not a counter to the industry study. And here is the question I pose to people who question the industry. Why don't you replicate them?
Exactly.
I am a scientist, and I have replicated studies in astrophysics and cosmology, because the results were wrong or questionable, and I replicate them. I show that they were invalid or whatever, and an amount of my publications are like this. So I would ask people in tobacco control, if you do not trust the industry, go and replicate them. This is the only way that you could prove your point that research from industry is deceptive. Otherwise, it's just rhetoric.
Fantastic, brilliant. I agree completely with it. I really love Giselle's point here. Science not as an act of trust, and I think the one way of describing science is organized skepticism. You know, this Mertonian ideal, in which actually it's all about skepticism combined with openness. So the right approach to science is intense skepticism, but not unreasonable, declaration of interests and conflicts of any type, which includes, prior policy positions and motivated reasoning from tobacco control groups and academics, and then this openness in which you expose everything to examination and replication, and that's the right way to go about it. So I think it's a really nice way of putting it. And then finally, shifting goalposts. All right. What are we actually trying to achieve? All this science is being done to a particular end, and I thought it would be fun just to list out all the things I have seen that people appear to be trying to achieve. Okay, I'm not going to go through them one by one, but this is the list of things, okay, of all the different things that people could be aiming to do. Are they trying to eliminate tobacco, smoking, disease, nicotine, effects on kids, and if so, why? Secondhand exposure. Are they non-smokers' rights activists who just hate being in the presence of other people and so on? In the good old days, when I started in the tobacco control field in 1997, you could basically say all of the above. Cigarettes were pretty terrible, the industry was terrible, all of these things were together. But now you can't. You can't say all of that, because if you pursue the end of nicotine use, you may be increasing the harm because you're not pursuing harm reduction options. If you go mad on kids, you might be hurting adults. If you focus on vaping uptake, you might be overlooking the diversion of young people away from smoking by vaping, those sorts of things. So the landscape now is much, much more complicated in terms of what people are trying to achieve. And often in the literature, it's unclear, and they are not explicit about what they're trying to achieve. So you see implicit goals in the science and implicit views about what everyone is trying to achieve. People will just say, we're trying to reduce vaping. And then they're not really asking, well, might that increase smoking, or how far are we allowed to go with that? Does it matter if we, mislead people about risks, for example, if it gets us that goal? And we see a lot of that, uncritical acceptance of goals without really articulating them. So I'm going to stop there. That's our sort of 10-point framework. Can I just take, let's take any points that we've got on the last few first, which I think we started on policy records, the last 4, and then we'll just look at the framework as a whole. We're probably not going to get more than a few minutes to talk about why is the science so bad, but let's go. I'm just going to sit down, join the rest of the time. All right, get some hands up. Yes, down here, please.
I'm Yvonne Philip Morris. So with regards to policy recommendations, I know regulators readily accept RCT as an evidence for most other subjects, but when it comes to regulation of alternative nicotine delivery products, is it about time that clinical researchers rethink methods in clinical trials, not only RCT, but to rethink how they can design clinical trials in order to challenge regulatory acceptance of these products?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I think one of the challenges, at least in the US regulatory system, is that everything has to be on a per product basis. So it's not sufficient to show that e-cigarettes as a category are displacing cigarettes or are effective. It has to be a particular product. So I think that's one of the challenges that not quite sure how to get around at the moment.
You've just reminded me of a massively annoying thing that we didn't mention earlier, which is, well, e-cigarettes might work well in the United Kingdom, but they don't necessarily work well in Vietnam. And it's like, well, therefore we need to replicate the entire evidence base for everybody in Vietnam or every subpopulation, and actually that's a ridiculous way of looking at things. There's some commonalities between human beings, even across the whole globe. Okay, any other comments from the panel? Oh, no, let's go to the back there. Somebody's got their hand up. I can't see who it is. Yeah, there you go.
I have a question. How do we combat bad science? Because here's the thing. Bad science in Canada from a man named, oh God, I forgot what his name is.
Neil Collishaw? I don't know.
No.
Yeah.
The David guy from the University of Guelph.
Oh, yes.
David Hammond, thank you.
David Hammond, yeah.
That started us off on this entire youth vaping epidemic. And it was bad science. It was retracted. He went away for a while. Now he's back. We are still catching up on that. And then when I'm looking at the bad science for the flavor ban, that's our ingredient list in Canada.
Yeah.
How do we combat that with our politicians? Because our politicians are now forcing our regulators to make bad decisions.
Okay, well, this was going to be the sort of next phase of our discussion. Let's move on to that, because anyone's free to add any further comments on our 10-point 10-point framework. But I think that is an interesting question. So let's hear from the panel views on what should be done. How, and I think Giselle alluded to some of this, like open science, so on. Let's start with Ariel, and then Roberto, and then.
Sure. So I think this goes into, it touches on the whole what's wrong with academic publishing and the causes of it. But I think briefly, post-publication criticism is becoming more important. It's too easy for a paper, like peer reviewers don't always do their job thoroughly, but some, peer reviewers are under time pressure. It's hard to catch everything wrong with an article without analyzing the raw data yourself. And I think peer reviewers can't be counted on catching all of this. And if something's rejected from a top-tier journal, it gets published eventually somewhere. And even papers that have been published in very unreliable journals, let's say, have gotten huge press coverage. So I think having, like, PubPeer is a great platform for that. Post-publication criticism, I think, is becoming more important for stuff that eventually gets published.
I mean, the extreme form of unreliable journal is conference abstract, isn't it? Conference abstract plus press release. Everybody should be on standby every time there's an American Thoracic Society conference, because there's always a stupid abstract and a stupid press release. Roberto, do you want to comment on how that's the post-publication review? Okay, the David Hammond paper you're talking about, though, wasn't retracted, it was corrected. And there's a big difference there, because it was corrected to the point where the original conclusions no longer held any water based on the data, but the original conclusions were left in place. So there was a big failing of the BMJ with that paper, in my opinion. But, yeah.
Yeah, as Ariel said, it is part of global science, because there's a massive production of articles in all disciplines, and the paradigm of the referee, the peer review referee, it is overburdening them. And also there are some social cultural attitudes like publish or perish. So all these things exist in all sciences. I am aware of it. I pass through it every day. But what is the difference with tobacco nicotine science? Politics.
Yeah.
Like if you add this problem, this endemic problem, if you add politics, then we see what we have. There is a clearly identified political agenda. And science, they have this fantasy, science is objective, and Galileo is looking at the stars and so on. No, science is corporative. Science has funding, has jobs, has institutions, And it is affected by political agenda, and we have a political agenda.
And I think so is peer review. You know, peer review is also politicized. You know, they will. You will find that choice of peer reviewer is essentially a rubber stamping exercise. They're not looking for the problems; they're looking for publication.
Yeah.
You know, or filtering out. And that's why I never bother with academic publishing. I just know that somebody's going to get to peer review it, and they're going to block it, and it'll take forever, and I'll get upset. So I never bother with it. Giselle, your view on things that could be done to like fix science.
I think one of the biggest problems in science is funding. We have very limited options in funding sources, and when the funding sources come with an agenda, then you're driving where the science will go because you can't get funded for something that would go against the agenda. And I think when you look at it, you've got NIH, which is going to find the people who are going to do the studies, and if that's your main source or you want any option to get it, and tenure is going to depend on getting NIH funding, and NIH funding is not going to fund somebody who took money from the tobacco industry. It all goes back up to funding.
Yeah, and I think NIH, which is, I think, probably by far the largest funder in the world, actually has an explicit objective of securing a tobacco-free society, which in the way the Americans use the word tobacco means nicotine-free society. So, you know, you're not going to get a lot of stuff that's very positive about it. You do get some, but you're not necessarily going to be, they're not going to be institutionally inclined to that.
Exactly, especially if you have to think that this may be my last funding if I conclude something that goes in the wrong direction.
Yeah, and you look at the life history, the professional history of someone like Brad Rodu, who was one of the first, I mean, a truly extraordinary, you know, pioneer in the field, bringing the information on smokeless tobacco and the fact that there was no mortality penalty amongst smokeless tobacco users in the United States. What happened to him? Ostracized, criticized, shunned, you know, and driven out of publicly funded research, and in the end has to take an unrestricted grant from US tobacco, and then he's demonized for that. So there are those sort of funding and career threats that affect people in this field. Do you want to comment?
Yeah, there's together with funding, it's demographics. Like when you are outside of the mainstream political agenda, then there are two groups outside in our particular case. One group is industry, and the other group is a bunch of Don Quixotes trying to hit the mills. We are very few. And on the other side, NHI-funded, FDA-controlled tobacco center and European Union public health. You have armies of people who work full-time on this, and we are very few. It is, and that is why some people go to industry, because sometimes industry is the only way you can do research. Otherwise, you are isolated. This is a problem of being outside of the mainstream agenda that is affecting the science.
I think that was your experience, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was my experience. I was in academia for 10 years. I was always a prolific publisher, but the problem came with getting grants. And you know, I'm not going to say that if it were only for this factor, I would have been a successful grant awardee, but I would get comments from my reviewers for having the wrong opinion on e-cigarettes, and that certainly worked against me to some effect.
All right, we're going to close. We're running towards the end now. I just want a quick blast of why. Why is there so much bad science? And is it abnormal in this discipline compared to other disciplines like physics, for example? So let me get some quick questions from the quick thoughts on the panel about why things are so bad. Why is there so much bad science? Really quick though. Roberta, you go first. And what's it like compared to physics?
No, it's completely different. Well, physics also has conflicts of interest and dogma, etc., but it's very different. It is day and night. It's completely different, the procedure, etc. But what I would like to mention is that what we are seeing, and it is known, it has been said, it is the reaction of a very conservative technocracy against an innovation, against a disruptive technology. And from here, from this point, everything follows.
Okay. Ariel, your views?
I think there's a lot of bad science because academics respond to publishing incentives. There's a pressure to publish a lot, and they have to gain funding and comply with the priorities of the funding agencies. And I actually don't think tobacco research is the only bad one. Nutrition research is just as bad in my experience.
Okay, so that's a set of economic incentives. From Roberto, it's essentially a disruption of a career and a livelihood pattern it's essentially an existential threat if there's no harm to these products. Your view, Giselle?
Well, I'm going to say I don't think it's just the tobacco industry. I think it happens when there is organized agenda behind another point of view. So I think you can go back in history and look at the Yudkin versus Keyes, sugar versus fat. Mm-hmm. When you put money and you put systematic, organized, an agenda driver on the other side, and you don't consider that to be a conflict of interest, you end up in a situation where you end up censoring the other side of the argument and considering that the win.
That's a really good point. I mean, there is a wall of money behind anti-vaping and anti-tobacco harm reduction that affects the views of the medical society. They're all taking money for this. Medical societies, the professional bodies, the activist groups, they're all creating a cultural environment that is hostile to tobacco harm reduction. And the science, to some extent, is reflecting that environment and the norms that are being established in that environment. We're going to finish very soon, but any final comments from the audience, please? Why is there so much bad science? Has anybody got a big picture view on this? Bloomberg, that's probably true. Okay, sir, go on, let's get a mic.
Ian Fair, an independent consultant in the UK. Has science lost its fundamental principle of hypothesis testing? And scientists should be trying to prove themselves incorrect, but instead all they want to do is prove themselves correct and prove the dogma.
Do you want to quickly on that?
Yeah, I do see a lot of evidence for confirmation bias. I agree with that.
All right, any final, do you want to?
Yeah, very quickly, that's true. It is the end, the regulatory policy is already decided. So you have to try to find results that are consistent with this previously designed policy. It is the opposite as physics. In physics, it's absolutely, it's the inverted pyramid, yes.
Okay, I'm going to finish now, and I want just a suggestion for actionable things. What can people actually do here? Who's going to go first? Giselle, you go first. What can people do?
I think what people can do is read beyond the headline.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think that's good. And that's basically maintaining skepticism. Be skeptical about
skepticism and don't stop with the headline.
Okay, Ariel?
Use our 10 guidelines or whatever we come up with. Read the literature and post pub peer comments.
Yeah, post pub peer comments. So get involved in post-publication peer review if you can, and if you want to. Don't feel you need to, though.
Double check. Don't take the first one. Double check and find the sources. If you find the sources, even if you do not understand them, find the sources and be skeptical if they are, as Clive said, conference proceedings. Do not trust any article that says a very impressive effect, etc., etc. A study somewhere published, if the reference of that study is not cited. Just minimal skepticism values, minimal measures of skepticism already make a difference, and ask your peers, your friends, to do that. And it's not only in science. People should be like that in everything, in politics, in economy, etc.
I have one final piece of advice, and then we'll stop. Tell your story. If you're a vapor, and if you've had direct experience of this, your families, everything, in some ways, the case study of a successful person going from smoking to vaping or not vaping or whatever, in many ways that enters the brain on a different hemisphere, and it resonates emotionally and with empathy, whereas in the science side of the brain, people are fighting each other to a standstill with graphs and odds ratios and claim and counterclaim. But in politics, the emotional, the empathy counts for a great deal. So never ever feel that you can't compete in a world of claims that are scientific, because you have, if you've been a vapor, you have direct experience, and that counts in a big way in politics. Okay? So I think with that, if you don't mind, we will wrap up this session. For everyone who contributed, please give everyone who contributed a round of applause, and the panel and everybody. I thought that was great. At some unspecified date in the future, Ariel and I will come back with a synthesis of all of this, hopefully not too far, and hopefully before the next one. The other thing that's going on today is fundraising. I'm taking part in a CASAR fundraiser later this afternoon, if you've got an American interest. And also the new Nicotine Alliance is doing a fundraiser, the UK one. There are leaflets around. If you feel like dipping your hand in the pocket, putting some money in, we've got some big struggles up ahead. It's all about having a few people who know what they're doing that can help point vapors and other advocates in the right direction. So think about whether you ought to be contributing to a consumer organization in whatever country you're in. Okay? That's it. Thanks very much, everyone. I think it's lunchtime.
Hello, everyone. Hello there. I'm Will Godfrey of Filter, and I'm very honoured to be hosting this final panel session of GFN 2024. We'll be easing our way gently through to the end of the conference with the calming and unifying topic of a global culture war. Accordingly, we've rounded up 4 of the world's most belligerent and indeed brilliant THR advocates. We have Dr. Marewa Glover from New Zealand. We have Maria P., as she's very kindly suggested I call her, from Canada. We have Dr. Rohan Sakira from India, and we have Chris Snowden from good old Blighty. So what are we talking about exactly? What is a culture war? Well, I'll throw out a working definition, which we can argue about if we wish. A conflict or struggle for dominance within or between societies based on groups' differing beliefs. I think that rings a bell for most of us. We're going to talk about how it's being conducted and how to conduct ourselves through it. But first, just to kind of pin down a bit more what we're talking about, I'll turn to Marewa. Marewa, would you say that this struggle over THR is primarily between groups with fundamentally different objectives, or rather between groups that share basic objectives but just completely disagree on how to get there?
Fundamentally different objectives. And so if I can say that my insights into culture wars comes from my training in psychology. The psychology profession has contributed a lot to the ideas of, culture wars. And my personal experience of violence and bullying at work and power and control. So a deep understanding of power and control. Being cancelled was part of that. And my Indigenous understanding of colonisation and the strategies that are used to eradicate a unique culture. So I'm Māori, I'm Indigenous from New Zealand, and it's been interesting to watch what is happening globally. Sort of, I don't want to say amusing as an Indigenous person. It's not amusing, it's very frightening what is happening, but I'm seeing the very same strategies that colonists use to take over New Zealand, Australia, Canada. There's 90 different Indigenous countries where Indigenous people live. Millions of Indigenous people have been through this experience. And it's kind of like you're all being colonised now. And we sort of look back and go, So, yeah. I looked up culture wars just on Wikipedia.
Me too.
Yeah, very similar to what you said, but it said that in political science, a culture war is a type of cultural conflict between different social groups who struggle to politically impose their own ideology, beliefs, virtues, and practices upon their society. I thought, yeah, that pretty much sums it up.
Thank you for that, and we'll return to those to some of those important thoughts about cultural differences and the colonisation aspect later, I hope. But first, just to kind of take a show of hands, I mean, Marewa's answer to my initial question, is it between groups with fundamentally different objectives or groups that share objectives but completely disagree on how to get there? Marewa said fundamentally different objectives. Would any of the three of you disagree with that or see it slightly differently? Maria.
I see it slightly differently, maybe because of my perspective and what I know versus what you know. And I mean, who we're fighting the cultural war with in Canada is NGOs, and this is tobacco control. I mean, the word control makes me very uncomfortable. But they want people to stop smoking. I want people to stop smoking. So fundamentally, if that is what they want and if that is what I want, we have the same goal. I think their problem is the word control that they've had for the last like 50 years. Some of these people have been in it for so long that they haven't been able to move with the times. They haven't been able to evolve. You have to ebb and flow, especially when it's human beings. I was just thinking the other day, vaping is the first disruptive technology in the 21st century. Like, it's the first one that came out, and it disrupted a lot of things. And I think the biggest one is disrupted for NGOs is what they've always believed in. There's only one way to quit smoking.
Okay, so you, I'm taking from that, you wouldn't concur with, we've had some prominent speakers this week who've urged us to consider ourselves part of tobacco control, just a different branch of it. But
I don't like to use the word control. I think it's negative.
Okay, well, promising that we've had some early different perspectives, let's see if we can sow some more division now by turning directly to politics. A lot of the divisions in our different societies around the world fall neatly along left-right political lines, don't they? But with THR, I think it's a bit more complicated. I mean, for example, I've spoken with many people this week who identify as libertarians. I think I'm sitting next to one. I've also spoken with many people who would say that they're very left-wing, and that's it's an interesting mix, and it stands in contrast for me with a couple of other situations. One is in sort of drug harm reduction circles, where I found in my experience there that the balance is much more firmly left-wing, but also at the political level, where certainly in the United States, where I live, but also in other places, at the level of elected politicians, it's often those politicians on the right who are somewhat more open to THR than those on the left. We'll turn to Chris to address this. How do you assess these relationships between people's politics and their stances on THR at different levels, at grassroots and at elected levels where you operate? How do you see it?
Well, I think it comes down to the division within THR, actually, which is probably as profound as the difference between people who are pro-harm reduction and people who are totally against it. Because you can support things like vaping from two different angles. You can either just say, we want to stop people smoking, like you just said, I want to stop people smoking, and this is a great way to get them off cigarettes. Or you can just say that the only justification e-cigarettes need is that people like them. You know, their only justification for their existence and their continued sale is people enjoy doing them. I am obviously on the libertarian side of that, and I think it's a shame looking back now that we've made so much of the case for e-cigarettes based on the public health argument, buying into the premise that stopping people smoking is just obviously something that the government should be doing. I had a kind of epiphany actually yesterday during Clive Bates's very good afternoon panel discussion. I don't think Clive's here, is he in a moment? I'd say this to his face though. The epiphany was, actually it's all your fault, Clive. Not just him, but all the anti-smoking people. Because there's an alternative history to the whole smoking story in which, 1880s, commercial cigarettes are made available, lots of people start smoking them. In the 1950s, we found out they're really bad for your health and they cause lung cancer. And then in the 1960s, we put a health warning on them. And that was the end of the story. Adult consumers were then free to decide whether they wanted to use these products or not. And the anti-smoking movement, such as it was, packed up its tent, went home, patted itself on the back for a job well done. And after that, for decades, it was understood that smoking was really bad for you, but it was none of the government's business. And a few decades later, Honlick invents the e-cigarette. Word gets around that this is a much safer way of taking nicotine. And millions of smokers just migrate to it. And governments never for a second considered banning it or over-regulating it, because that's just not what you do. We didn't do it with cigarettes, we're not going to do it with e-cigarettes. So in a sense, it is all their fault that we're in this situation, because we've accepted the idea that something that is bad for your health just should be banned. And advertising bans and plain packaging and syntax is just the natural thing to do with anything that poses risk. And the situation we're in practice is that we've got something that, 95% safe or whatever, it's still not risk-free. So let's ban flavors and the advertising, and indeed the product itself in many parts of the world, such as India. So look, what I'm saying is, gone on too long already, but there are two approaches to this issue. One is a liberty-based approach, one is a public health-based approach. The public health-based approach will always end up being at least semi-prohibitionist, because that's just the way it is. If you're going to prioritize health over everything else and decide that the government's role is to make people live a risk-free life, you can't complain when they start regulating and killing off e-cigarettes.
Thanks, Chris. So yeah, Rowan, Chris lays his political cards on the table. I've often thought, just from experiences of listening to people in this space, and refreshingly, I have no idea at all what your politics are, but that it's possible to construct a really compelling left-leaning argument for THR based on concepts like social justice, health equity, bodily autonomy, and it's possible to construct a compelling right-leaning argument based on constructs like personal responsibility, freedom of choice, and market-driven public health victories. And I would suggest that, Chris regards those as incompatible. Are they incompatible? I would suggest that they're not necessarily mutually exclusive. How do you see it?
So, talking about politics, even I have no idea how the politics work, but coming as a medical point of view, I am a doctor, we see patients every day. One of the reasons why we face such a big issue in India is because a lot of taxation and a lot of income comes from agricultural resources. And elections are one on that. And there's a very big geopolitical situation over there. The entire vape ban which happened was targeted towards the youth not getting access to these products. But what we saw was a paradigm shift. The moment the vape ban came into place, there was a sudden surge in the usage of devices among the youth, which basically did the exact opposite of what it was supposed to have done. There should have been a regulation. There should have been a political discussion on this. There should have been an open-ended forum where things would have been discussed. But that didn't happen. It just came in right out of the blue. So that was something which was surprising for all of us. And what happened was, whenever you have any kind of prohibition, whether it's drugs, you have alcohol, anything, you just drive the whole thing underground. And then you see this booming black market. You don't have any regulatory control over that. You don't have anything, you don't get any taxes out of that. You're getting products which have no quality control, no quality analysis. You don't know what those contents are. You get a whole range of problems, and that makes the entire matter worse, because now people are falling sick because of inferior quality products.
Yeah, so, certainly we've heard plenty about India's ban, which is one of the most notorious in the world. I always imagine that you must be subject to something of a double whammy, both living in India and being a member of the medical profession, which we know has been shown that misperceptions about nicotine there are basically the norm. What's it like for you, just on a personal level, operating in that space? What kind of pushback or reception have you received from your medical colleagues?
I think that the medical profession is ideally suited to do THR. And the issue is that 95 to 99% of doctors in India have no clue what THR is. And everything about THR is all based on perceptions and miscommunication, misrepresentation, and false messaging that all THR is only e-cigarettes or liquids. There's no talk of, India is a very big country. Most of the LMIC, the low middle income countries in that area, you have Bangladesh, you have India, you've got Pakistan, you've got Sri Lanka. 70% of oral cancers is because of using the oral tobacco. And there's no one addressing that elephant in the room. And THR should also include oral tobacco. And that is where there's a huge opportunity to use products like the pouches, which has got a tremendous impact in reducing the impact of oral cancer.
But when you try to
talk to
I think we all agree with that, but when you talk to doctors,
It's very difficult because they come back with a perception that this is bad. There's no way you can convince them. And you have to just remove tobacco out of the topic and just talk about harm reduction. I have seen this pushback happening at every conference, every place. When you go there and you start talking about THR, it's a closed door. They just don't want to listen because the misinformation is so strong. And that information needs to be challenged. I was just speaking to someone here, and they have this nicotine literacy program. I think a literacy program for nicotine should be also targeting medical professionals. See, because the people who really need THR are patients. They've reached a point of a disease because they've been using a product that causes harm.
Yeah.
And when they go to a doctor and they ask a doctor, what do I do? They're actually receptive. So there is a unique opportunity to educate medical professionals with THR so that these pushbacks are much less. And that's the war we're fighting.
Sure. And returning briefly to cultural differences, I'm aware that you rather enviably split your year between India and Portugal. Just briefly, I mean, do you experience different receptions for THR in those two countries?
Two different countries altogether, totally different perceptions. Portugal is more Western. They have an open-ended discussion. THR is already well known over there. People know about THR, or at least they have a brief idea that this is THR, harm reduction. Whereas when you look at countries like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, I was just in Bangladesh about 3 weeks back to advise the government there on how to implement THR policy. Bangladesh just decided, the Prime Minister just declared that she wants Bangladesh to be tobacco-free by 2040. Now, for that, they had called a few THR experts to come and advise the government, but they were clearly about finance. This is how much taxation we get from tobacco products. How are we going to avoid that? So that's another cultural war that you're having over there.
Okay, let's skip over to Canada. Maria, who is opposing THR in Canada? I suppose what I'm getting at is whether it's their sort of political affiliations or whether there are other sort of philosophical or life approach commonalities that you can identify in that opposition that you deal with every day.
I think this is the one topic, vaping, tobacco harm reduction, that every single politician is on the same side publicly. They ignore Health Canada, so the governing body that is there to support our politicians and give them the accurate information. They don't use those resources. We have a Liberal, NDP, Bloc Québécois, the Conservatives, all of them. Can't touch this, it's the children. Because our NGOs have done such an incredible job. We are the first country to have messages on individual cigarettes that tell people not ways of quitting smoking, but they'll be impotent. And like that was considered a big win. We are in a country that shaming people is a positive way to quit smoking. And I think we're in a world where we have allowed ourselves to use shame for this addiction. We're also in a world where people don't totally understand what harm reduction is. Because people say, well, when are you gonna quit the vape? If we're going to say that vaping is harm reduction, I am never gonna quit the vape. Because harm reduction is about being part of something, doing an action that is safer. And it's up to me what I'm going to do. It's none of the government's business when or how I'm going to stop. So they all agree on it. And there is no left and right. And the people who support vaping, there are no political alignments. It's people who have seen success or people who have seen family success. I've gone to a libertarian conference, had my little booth there for Rights for Vapors. Oh my goodness, they were so shocked I was there. Why would I be there? The media, no one will touch it up until recently. We have one paper, one non-mainstream outlet that has been picking up our stories. And that's because 5 people vape there. So I don't believe that THR is a political thing. It's like you can't, it's not a political side thing in my country. It is a political opportunity.
Yes, but to turn it around then, I mean, obviously people who vape or use tobacco harm reduction products themselves, like not at the politicians level now, but at a grassroots advocacy level, that's one way you have an obvious connection, is people who are using the products. But are there any other ins that you find with people, whether they're familiar and on board with harm reduction in other realms, or?
I think with bureaucrats is who vapes in their family, how close they are to vaping, that we get that, and people who truly understand harm reduction. If someone understands harm reduction and believes in the principles of compassion meeting us where we're at, you will find an open door, and you will find, and I like to call them amplifiers. So they will amplify the message within that system. But it's really about life experience and the belief of harm reduction. So honestly, a lot of people in politics are harm reduction. They truly don't understand it because they actually think it's a quitting tool.
Okay.
And it's the ones that understand it that allow THR to be part of the spectrum.
Okay, thank you. We are going to invite all of you to participate in this culture war soon. So please be ready with your inflammatory interventions. But first, we're going to turn to Murray. Well, we've identified some of the protagonists and some of the sort of battlefields among many. And I did check with you beforehand that you were okay to speak about this, because I know that we're going to turn to how it's being waged now. And I know that you, among other people in this room, have been subject to some really vicious ad hominem attacks. And I wondered if you could describe that to us, but also other unacceptable tactics that you've seen, and how you and others have responded to them.
Thank you. So one of the strategies of culture wars is to create polarization, so split people, and this is a political strategy as well. Split people, facilitate doubt, create fear, so fear-mongering, and encourage people to feel anger towards those people who have a different point of view, the other point of view. So I don't see what is happening, all of this, anti-vaping as just about vaping. As a professor of public health, I'm concerned about lots of threats to public health, not just smoking. And, so these strategies are being used across the board. They're being used across many issues, many culture wars that are going on. There's one like the culture war over identity that many of you will be hearing a lot about. And there's a very good book here. Frank Furedi writes about culture wars. So the strategies are the same. Vaping is a battlefield that they're using. And it doesn't really matter whether it's, it's just another battlefield where they can play this out. And there's many topics, they can use any topics, vaccinations, whether you're, pro-mandated vaccination or anti. Putting fluoride in the water, that creates division over sexuality, Russia versus Ukraine, Israel versus Hamas, climate change. All of these are fields, battlefields, where the same strategies are being used. And that includes cancelling people, threatening people who will not fall in line with, in terms of public health, the, what they want. Including
you.
Yep.
And what specific forms has that taken, if you don't mind?
So I was, subjected to sort of a mobbing at work and pushed out long before, I got a grant from the Foundation for a Smoke-Free World. When I started to say, no, that's enough tax. The tax in New Zealand on tobacco is the highest in the world relative to income. And I was beginning to see the unintended consequences of that among Māori and low-income people, not buying food because they didn't have enough money left after buying tobacco, and many other unintended consequences. As soon as I began to question, the line, it was time to get rid of me. And then, of course, I began to promote, I was advocating for snus, I was then advocating for vaping, and I'm completely exiled in New Zealand. I recently had a colleague die. Well, she didn't die. I recently found out that she died. And apparently she'd died 2 years ago. I've known all of these people, hundreds of people in New Zealand that I've trained. Not one person thought to tell me. I wonder if Mārewa has heard that she has died. 2 years later, someone says, I heard, she died. And I Googled and found on her husband's Facebook page that she died a long time ago. I could not believe that no one would even tell me. And I thought about how many people from that sector that I've worked in, I've been in this field for 31 years, how many people I know, and how many people will still talk to me secretly, 8 people, and she was one of them, and she's gone, So that was very upsetting, and it really sort of drove home the extent of the exile that they managed to get the Ministry of Health to put out a letter to all government-funded agencies that they were not to have anything to do with me, not to talk with me, my advice is not needed. Leading Indigenous tobacco control researcher in the world, they can get their advice elsewhere, not to read my research. And nobody is allowed to talk to me, or somebody phrased the term, you will get Mārewa'd. So it has a chilling effect on everybody else. It's about creating fear, threat, and control.
And this, of course, is happening in a country that should be regarded as one of the world's big tobacco harm reduction success stories, all the more so since your excellent report that I read this week.
Thank you.
Another country that has been put in that bracket, Chris, is our country. I don't live there anymore, but American advocates are always sort of looking enviously over there. Things have changed a bit though recently, haven't they? And I just wonder, accompanying that, have there been similar, what have you seen in terms of outcry, in terms of examples maybe of shunning, such as Mārewa mentioned? Has the climate really dramatically changed for you?
Nothing like what has been going on in New Zealand. The political climate has changed primarily because there's been a problem with underage vaping and disposable vapes, basically. Everything was going swimmingly until Geek Bar and Elf Bar emerged, and yeah, there's no getting around the fact that a lot of school children have been using them. We're not enforcing the law. It's illegal to sell vapes to kids, has been since 2015. A lot of the vapes themselves are illegal, but rather than enforce the laws that already exist, the government has decided to introduce new laws banning disposable vapes, restricting flavours. None of this has happened yet because Rishi Sunak, for some mad reason, decided to call an election when he was at the nadir of his popularity. But it will happen under the next government, without a shadow of a doubt. It's been very unfortunate, but it kind of shows how shallow the pool of support for THR is in the UK. It was pretty much on a knife edge 10 years ago whether the UK would go down the kind of medical route of effectively prohibition or encourage the category. In the end, more or less than the toss of a coin, David Cameron decided we're going to leave this alone. And it worked really well, clearly. But the public health people have never been that keen on vaping. Obviously, they take a public health approach, not a libertarian approach. And that means that, these things are only there for smokers to get off smoking. And if anyone else uses them, that's a big problem. And if kids use them, that's a really big problem. I agree, it's a problem. I don't want kids vaping at all. I've got a 12-year-old daughter. Half of her friends are vaping. I don't think it's a good thing. I don't think shops should be selling vapes to kids. And I would like the government to actually enforce the law. But they don't. And we see this in Australia. We see it in America. The entire category is basically banned in these countries. And yet they're as freely available as they ever were because nobody can be really bothered to enforce the law. But it's still a big problem for people, and it leads to more dangerous products potentially out there in a huge criminal network. And tobacco is being firebombed on a weekly basis now in Australia, and the Australians just go, yeah, well, that's just the way things are, I guess. That's just what happens to tobacconists these days for some reason. It's insane.
Rowan, Chris talked about youth use and some of the limits of libertarianism when it comes to that. And I mean, it's often framed, isn't it, with the youth thing as a kind of zero-sum game, pitting the needs of youth against the needs of adults who smoke. I mean, do you buy that framing, and why?
Absolutely. I mean, I completely agree with Chris. Kids should be kept away from products which can do harm for them, whether it's less harm or more harm. Kids should be kept away. This is going to be a very catch-22 situation because we want to provide harm-reduced alternatives to people who really need them. But on the other side, there's a very high potential for people who don't, for young kids and teenagers who should not be using these products, but eventually do get access to these products. Now, one of the proposals that we had suggested to our local area governments was you have an extensive network of pharmacy shops. Now, I'm not talking about the prescription model. I'm talking about the over-the-counter, right? It's going to be a much better solution where you are restricting the sales because you can't just walk into a pharmacy and buy medication, right? Because there's a pharmacist and there are people and they are legally allowed to check your license. They are allowed to check your age. So it brings that problem down significantly, moving these products into a semi-regulated kind of a situation.
Whereas India's ban has done what to youth vaping?
It's just taken the whole thing and blown it up in a very, very big underground market. I have just outside my clinic, where I practice medicine, just outside my clinic, I have 6 shops selling all these products. And even though there's a big ban, it's illegal to even possess a vape. It's illegal to possess pouches. There are websites all over the place. You can just sit here and Google it. You'll find shops all over India online supplying it to your doorstep. So what's the point of the ban? It didn't make a sense. I mean, it's just mockery. So let it be regulated. Let it be, brought under the purview of control. I mean, I know you don't like control, but at least regulation, right?
Yeah. So Maria, we're going to invite audience questions and thoughts right after this. But Maria, I was going to put this sort of similar question to you as I asked Maria about the sort of the attacks, the tactics that you've seen from the anti-THR lobby in Canada. However, I also wanted to extend it to ask the question of whether, looking at ourselves, are there sometimes behaviours and certain messages from us that are inappropriate or counterproductive? I mean, just to Skip Murray, a well-known American advocate, wrote a piece for us recently calling for a sort of a kinder THR debate in which she emphasised the really egregious behaviours of the opposition, but also turned a bit of a mirror on ourselves and asked whether some of our behaviours are actually likely to persuade people who disagree with us as opposed to antagonizing them. And so it was a thought-provoking piece, and I will say that a very small minority of responses from within our community were sadly abusive to that. So kind of looking at both the tactics used on both sides, first the opposition, but also do we need to check ourselves sometimes?
I can't speak for other people, but I can speak for myself. I'm perfect. No, sorry, that was my joke. Yeah, I'm mean sometimes. I own it. I own it. Some of the things I say, I call people out for being old in tobacco control, and I'm like in my 50s, so I need to check myself on that. So I've been pausing on that. No one's perfect. Does it hurt my feelings? Or does it hurt my ego is where I start thinking to myself. So when I call them the classic 5, again, another dig on how long they've been in business for in Canada. When they go to the CBC, our state paper, and they do this entire interview about me, and it affects my mental health. And it's really hard to try and put myself in that position of, oh my God, these people are criticizing me for having a website that I'm not sharing my address on. And the reason for that is because someone drove for 4 days to come and tell me what I'm doing is wrong. So I'm not gonna make myself available to some crazy person. But they don't care about the reasons. They care about what they see. So I'm getting to this. So I get attacked. And you can take so much and you take so much and you take so much. And unfortunately, there have been times where I've turned around and just slammed the wrong person, not the person that has said anything to me. I'm now finding other ways of kind of manipulating, changing the conversation over. I look at it positive. We have had a flavor ban, and I'll use this as the negative, like the negative attacks. We had a flavor ban resurgence happen recently because of our Minister of Health, who has a long history with heart and stroke. And he's been quoted as saying that his job at Heart and Stroke gave him his life back. So he is indebted to these people. His speaking notes are life and stroke. He lies. He says people have died in Canada from vaping. Heart and Stroke said this, not Health Canada. So we've done a campaign. We've gone out there and we've been very open and honest about it, where we've reached out to vape businesses and said, this is our plan. This is how much money it's going to cost. Can you support us? But you can't tell us what to do. It was all in agreement. We've been very public and open. So ASH Canada, Physicians for a Smoke-Free Canada, and Coalition de Tobacco decided to take out a press release and attack us and attack what we did, trying to tell everybody that we're hiding the fact that industry paid for it, which we didn't. So you try and be as you are as honest as possible, because you're going to get attacked even if you're honest. And they put together this entire, I think the press release must have cost $7,000, a link to everything we did, which to me was like a love note. It was a scrapbook of all my efforts and our efforts and history just staying there in this beautiful $7,000 press release. So I thanked them for that. One of the advocates that was attacked, who was Marion Burt, picked up the phone and called them. They answered the phone. Cynthia Collard answered the phone. And those of you that are in, you might or might not know who Cynthia Collard is, but she's a very mean person in Canada, and we don't have many of them. And Marion called her and said, how dare you put my name in your mouth? You are not to speak about me again. And this is Marion Burton. If you guys don't know her, follow her on Facebook. But she's a 75-year-old retired librarian who has quit smoking through vaping and loves it. And Cynthia and her came to some sort of agreement. But the biggest lesson that we took out of this was Cynthia, and Marion said, I can say this, Cynthia told Marion, don't worry, you're still going to be able to get your vaping in the black market. This is the person that is fighting to remove vaping, and they are very well aware that there will be a black market and that we're going to be able to access it. Yes, both sides are mean. We kind of deserve it from each other because we're mean to one another, but the best that you can do is try and frame it in a positive perspective. I could have taken that press release and gone down a downward spiral, but I looked at it as a love note. Someone took a lot of time to track everything that we did, and damn it, I'm proud of it. So I'll send out that release and show you guys everything we did to put a stop to this flavor ban. And the more they yell at us and the more they talk about us negatively, I believe the more we win.
That's a lovely bit of reframing. Thank you. So yeah, we'll invite anybody like to. I will come back to you guys. Certainly, we'll leave time to talk about the end game, the way out of this. But I would love thoughts, comments from anyone in the room, whether to a specific panelist or to open. Yes, over here.
Hello?
Yeah, it's on. Sorry.
It's on. Okay, so Mark Dickinson from the UK. It strikes me, and you touched on it, Chris, just in your previous comments, the big vehicle in this culture war that's being used, the biggest weapon that's being used, is this save the kids sort of message. And I think we should be stronger in challenging that. Because I think if you look at the UK situation, you've got in the order of 9 million adults who are either smoking or vaping or both, and they don't get any attention at all. And then you've got some kids who are experimenting, and you're right, Chris, there are plenty in the school playgrounds, But then if you look at them, there's maybe 20-odd% of kids who are experimenting with vaping. Are they the ones that we're really worried about? Or are we worried about the 3.7% of kids who are vaping on more than a weekly basis? But most of those, the vast majority of those, are also smoking. So if we take vaping away from them, it's pretty obvious what they're going to do as a result. They're going to smoke more. So are we worried about the 0.8% or 44,000 kids in the UK who have never smoked and are vaping on a regular basis, including a couple of my teenagers, by the way? Now, and I would say that's, and the differential between the adults then and those 44,000 kids is 200 times more. Right? So for every one of those kids, there's 200 adults that we're ignoring. If we're focused on them, the reality is that it's a much smaller number than those 44,000 kids, because a large proportion of those, and I'm absolutely certain of my teenage kids, if they weren't vaping, they would, 20 years ago, absolutely they would be smoking. You know, both have been diagnosed with ADHD. I'm sure they're self-medicating for something, you know, and all of this gets ignored, and we just get sucked into this, save the kids thing. And the ratios between the people who are truly at risk and the adults who were completely ignoring, there's an enormous disparity between it. And I just think, I think we just accept this argument too freely. And I feel personally we should be pushing that argument a lot more strongly.
Thank you for that. Would you like to respond briefly to that, Chris?
Yeah, well, I mean, I agree with you to a large extent. Like, you're never going to extinguish underage use of anything. And the decline in underage smoking in Britain is incredible. And now the average age at which people have their first cigarette, if they smoke, is now 18 or more, which is extraordinary. You can't say that about anything else. You certainly can't say about alcohol, or watching 18 certificate films, or looking at porn, or anything like that, right? It's a miracle that we've done that. Except it's not really a miracle. This has come from enforcing the law, primarily. It's almost impossible for somebody under the age of 18 to buy cigarettes in the shop. It's extremely difficult for them to buy a bottle of vodka. And I don't see why it shouldn't be equally difficult for them to buy a vape. There are obviously, you know, kids are going to get them from older siblings or friends or parents or whatever, like, you know, kids have always done with cigarettes. But you can say, well, we should make the argument that it's a good thing that kids are vaping rather than smoking, but bloody good luck with that, with the general public, you know? It's not going to work. There's been, I don't like to use the word moral panic about things like this, because sometimes it's kind of justifiable to some extent, right? There's been a massive upsurge in the number of kids, and I don't mean 17-year-olds, I mean 10 and 11-year-olds vaping. And I personally, call me a fascist libertarian if you want, I don't think that's a good thing. I'm very libertarian when it comes to adults, but I believe that you have to be kind of fairly rational and fairly well informed, and I don't think 11-year-olds are. So I'm not going to defend shops selling vapes to children. We could be doing a lot more about it, but rather than doing something about it, we're bringing in all these other policies which are having an effect on adults. And let's face it, that's actually the plan all along. The think of the children argument is nearly always used as an excuse to clamp down on adults doing things. But having said that, that argument wasn't being used in Britain until about 2 or 3 years ago. You know, it's not just an excuse in this instance. There are legitimate concerns that parents and teachers have had for quite a few years. I saw this bubbling up way before they made it into the papers, because my nephews were all vaping, or their friends were vaping, you know? And I could see this, train rolling towards us, and I kind of kept telling people, someone needs to do something about this, because this is going to blow up. And it has now. And I see, actually, the same thing is going to happen with nicotine pouches. Hasn't happened yet, but nicotine pouches in the UK are totally unregulated. You can have as much nicotine in them as you want. You can legally sell them to kids. The government has done nothing about trying to stop this emerging hysteria. I think it will happen, because what will happen is some toddler will eat a whole load of them and have to have their stomach pumped. You're going to have kids passing out in school because some company has come in with like 100 milligram version of nicotine pouches. And the response will be the same. It will be an overreaction, and they'll just ban the category or restrict it really, really heavily. You know, you can't totally ignore people's genuine concerns about things. And I know I don't sound very libertarian saying this, but actually these things need to be regulated.
Okay, just to play devil's advocate, I mean, for a moment, on what basis would you draw a regulatory distinction between this and the cup of coffee that Dave Sweeney mentioned yesterday?
Well, I think that nicotine is a lot more addictive than caffeine, for a start. I know some people say they're really addicted to caffeine, but, you know, I don't believe them. It's potentially toxic, which caffeine isn't. You know, you could actually have a child eat a whole load of these. You know, you don't need to have that much nicotine as a child to have a bad reaction to things. Yeah, I don't know. Am I in a minority here in thinking that kids shouldn't be sold nicotine?
I think both Marewa and Maria would. Okay, Marewa. Yeah.
Just back to the topic of culture wars. A key strategy of any culture war in all of the different battlefields is to use children. One of the objectives is to create fear among the parents. All culture war is about creating division, which you do by fear. And Noam Chomsky's book, Manufacturing Consent, is a very important book to read to understand how this is done. So children are not only, and having been in tobacco control public health, which I see tobacco control as part of public health are doing this across a number of topics. Tobacco control, and I've never liked it, have always used children, and they exploit children, and they teach children the all of the messages. And at conferences, world conferences on tobacco control, they always had a youth, they would bring youth from around the world, and they would teach them. All culture wars do this. They target children, and in some other areas you're seeing this, the identity wars, they are targeting children. They're putting it through schools, and they bring the children out and do like street protests. They drag the children to select committee hearings and have the children say the messages. And I have worked with youth, and they don't like it. They know they're being used.
Certainly stark parallels with the war on drugs, among other examples there. Okay, let's bring some more people in. Would anyone like to share experiences or thoughts or put a question? Yes, Norbert.
Well, I have to say nicotine and caffeine are pretty similar. I have overdosed on both a little bit. And the effects are very similar. Cold sweat, palpitations, nausea, yes, both from nicotine and from caffeine. And it took a little bit longer from caffeine for the symptoms to abate, but there is no very strong difference. And once I switched to vaping, the addiction factor, the cravings were very were strongly reduced compared to cigarette smoking. It was on the level of my addiction to caffeine in the form of green tea. And yeah, I could stand for hours without nicotine and had just about as much cravings as I have had about for the tea.
Okay, thank you. That's a debate that can definitely rage on afterwards. But let's, to broaden it out, I mean, one big elephant in the room we haven't mentioned is the role of industry in the culture war as a spectre, as a factor, as an ally. And I don't know if anybody would like to speak to that or other elements. Maria? Yeah.
Okay, since we have all these scientists here and science people, and I'm not, what is a youth? Because we get these studies about youths ages 40 and under, Now, I mean, I'm 52. I would love to be considered a youth, but that's not going to happen. Like, what's the cutoff age? Because I'm starting to worry about the way these numbers are being projected of, oh, you know what? A 25% increase of Canadian youth who vape, and the number is 39 and under. So what is a youth? Can someone tell me what, like, is there a gold standard? Yes, you over there. That youthful Ariel. I just want to know.
It's on? Okay. Ariel Celia, Penny Associates, consult for Joel. That's a great point. I think there's an expanding definition of youth. It used to be under the purchasing age, which used to be 18. Now in the US, it's 21. But beyond that, there is more of a trend in recent research towards the 18 to 24, 18 to 25 age group. And even in the US, half of these are legally able to purchase nicotine products. So I think there's a bit of a mission creep going into young adults. And as you mentioned, it can go up to 35, 39. I think anecdotally, and I don't have hard evidence for this, but I think there's, they've been looking for a gateway. They've been looking for evidence for a gateway in the youth numbers for smoking. And since they're not finding that, I think they're waiting to see something happen in the young adult age group. So I think that explains some of the expanded focus.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it used to intensely annoy me to be asked for ID when buying alcohol in the United States, but as the years have gone by, I feel increasingly flattered whenever it happens. But yeah, I mean, to move on to sort of, I'll throw this out there and then I'll come to you, Roberto. But to sort of move on to towards the end game concept. I mean, we've heard differing perspectives this week. We've heard some powerful and influential voices call for building bridges, for reaching common ground with mainstream tobacco control, to compromise where necessary, and to listen to the other side. We also hear powerful advocacy voices saying there can be no compromise when it comes to the truth, and that the people who are doing this must be held accountable, must be called out. Are those two visions compatible? And if they're not, where do you fall along the spectrum? I'll ask that to any of you. Rowan.
So, Will, I'll just answer that question with a small observation that I think. I see a lot of similarity between the way they have been able to regulate alcohol. And like you rightly said, you can't have a kid go up there and just buy alcohol, can you? You need an ID card, you need some form of identification, because if they do sell alcohol to a kid, then they can get into a lot of trouble. Now, if we have an infrastructure which is already existing, now understand me properly here, both alcohol and tobacco harm reduction products have the ability to create good and harm. I mean, it's a good, when you take alcohol, it gives you a little bit of relaxation. In small doses, alcohol, by the way, is a drug. In small doses, it works as a mood elevator. In larger doses, it works as a depressant. But even if you look at alternative tobacco products or nicotine pouches, you look at electronic cigarettes, they have the potential to cause both harm and good. Good in the people who are on combustible tobacco and all the other forms of oral tobacco. Harmful for people who have never used these products and are initiated, and somebody mentioned gateway, right? So if we have the infrastructure, rather than going for a ban and sitting and having all the hoo-has and all the arguments, why isn't there any government that is willing to take that route, go through either the pharmacy or go through channels which are selling alcohol, so that you have a barrier to prevent people who shouldn't be taking it from buying it, and allowing people who are enabled to take it from taking it? I'll give you some really interesting medical statistics, and that's what I do. I love medical statistics. 2018, there was a survey which was conducted in India. 20 million kids in the age group of 10 to 14 have smoked at least 5 to 10 cigarettes a year. 20 million. That's more than the population of some countries. And on a daily basis, in the last 24 hours, 650,000 kids in India have smoked a cigarette every day. What gateway are we talking about?
Okay, thank you. Marewa? Yeah.
the infantilization of people. So, you know, in public health, after many years, 40 decades, or, you know, 4 decades or whatever it's been, they truly believe that the public are done and they're not going to do what is being suggested. So there is an infantilization going on of adults. This is why the mission creep with the age, to justify, the public health gods, the professors, are going to save us all because we can't save ourselves. So that's a fundamental kind of belief. And it all goes to, like in New Zealand, the legislation, we got up to the end game, legislation being passed. But prior to that, there were a couple more, 3 more sort of small amendments. So they now break up amendments to the law into a small piece. And a friend in Australia, I'm like, why isn't anyone saying anything? And they're like, oh, this is, it's like death by paper cut. A small piece of change is proposed, and it's too small for people to go to the whole effort of, well, it's just accepted that this is just going to go on and on and on, whether it's, banning you having cats. First it's you can't have a cat go outside at night. The European Union with the you can't have a straight banana. There's all sorts of very small changes and laws that are made. One purpose is to make people wrong. They're doing something illegal, and then that encourages people to, moral outrage about them.
Paternalism and control, and I've often heard expressed, Chris, the sort of the envy or frustration of public health that THR isn't a solution that came from them. Presumably, you would. Yes. Concur.
Yeah, that's part of it, I guess. I mean, I still don't really know what a culture war is, to be honest with you. But insofar as it involves imposing norms, massively changing norms, making bold assertions and then accusing other people of starting a culture war when they disagree with it, it's kind of going on. I mean, the kind of assertion you could include would be something like vaping is more dangerous than smoking. And now the majority of people in most countries think that vaping is at least as dangerous as smoking, right? If that's part of the culture war, then yeah, we are fighting a culture war, we are losing, and we shall go on losing unless we find a billionaire like Mike Bloomberg who happens to be in favour of THR and is going to pump a huge amount of money into it. It is just a war. It's a war of attrition. The other side have a huge amount of money and lots of very prolific academics who keep pumping out basically the same kind of 2 or 3 studies on a regular basis, looking at zebrafish or talking about the gateway effects. The media love it because the media doesn't like good news, it likes bad news, fair enough. And over time, people are just being ground down. And it doesn't help that we also live in an increasingly mean-spirited and small-minded society. Western civilization, in my opinion, is rapidly running away from the Enlightenment. And we're becoming a very intolerant and bigoted place where everybody's looking for something to ban. And it becomes a circular firing squad in which everyone's liberties are eroded and no one seems to be able to do anything about it. So what can be done? Well, like I say, we need a huge amount of money pumped into it. We need lots of active people, but quite understandably, people are exhausted doing it, and I take my hat off to people like Clive who just keep on going on about this. I mean, I kind of speak about other areas, so at least I get a sort of break from it every now and again. But it's very, very depressing. We know we're right about this, right? On the basics, we know we're basically in the right. We're on the side of the angels. But we're outgunned, outnumbered. My only hope, actually, is the black market. And I really take inspiration from looking at what's going on in the USA and Australia and these other countries, and India, for that matter, because it actually doesn't really matter what the regulation is anymore. People are clearly just doing whatever they want to do. They're going out, they're saving their own lives, and there's nothing the government seems to be able to do about it. So, yeah, bring on the smugglers.
Yeah, this notion borne out by the, over 120 million people worldwide that tobacco harm reduction is happening, will happen. It's just a question of whether governments will control it or somebody else. And Roberto, I promised about 25 minutes ago to come back to you. I haven't forgotten.
Yeah. 5 years ago, in a video interview by GFN, I mentioned this idea. What happens when the angels are lying and the devil is telling the truth? I think this is important. It understands how this, the cultural war and the actual usage of THR products occurs in developed countries and underdeveloped countries. Like in developed countries, public health is trusted. I know that COVID and this trust is decreasing, but still most people trust public health because public health has delivered in previous decades against communicable diseases, etc. So here you have angels that are lying. And on the other hand, on countries like India and Mexico, we don't have these angels. We do not trust government institutions, right? So we don't have angels that are lying. And this means that there is an increasing, see, when you say black market in the context of England, or in the context of Sweden, or even the US, it is an adventurous issue, right? Because the law is enforced. But for us in the lower and middle income countries, it's normal. I just wanted to bring this point.
So you're expressing some optimism in the power of the illicit market in lower and middle income countries specifically.
Yeah, we see it. We see it in India and Mexico, Brazil.
Yeah.
You see the so-called would-be angels in the developed world. They banging their chests and protecting children and the WHO and public health, etc., etc. But then in our countries, these people are naturally not trusted.
Yes.
Right?
Thank you.
And so it is easier for us. There is much less barriers to go to the black market. And then the black market itself is very diverse. When you say black market, you imagine I have to go to an alley with a machine gun and face some sicarians and cartels and so on. No, it's not like that. The black market has a large section of informal. They are illegal because they are not registered and so on. And so there is a broad, I don't know if in India it's the same. It's a broad sector. And because the law is not strictly enforced. Look, I am not celebrating that the law in my country or in India or Brazil is not enforced, because in other issues it has very bad implications. Mm-hmm. But at least in this particular issue, where angels lie in the developed countries, it is a good issue.
Thank you very much. We are, okay, if you want to come in very quickly on that, Rowan, we are reaching the end game, and I would like...
Roberto, I just want to agree with you on what you said, but the only thing is, you call it the black market all over the world, but in India, it's not called the black market. It's officially called the gray market. Yes, because, it's called the gray market because it's not black, it's still visible. Yeah, so you have all of these products available online. So it's the gray market. I completely agree with you.
I think what we're forgetting, or what has been forgotten by public health, and someone touched on this, are public health officials jealous that they didn't find vaping? And I'm going to say yes, because what's happened is their role, when I look at public health officials, when I look at the public health unit in my community, they're here, they're my teacher, they're my nurturer. I've switched the role on them. That makes them uncomfortable.
Yes.
And let us all remember that vaping was created by people who vape for people who vape. It wasn't created by big tobacco. They came in after regulations. It was created by people who wanted a solution for themselves, and it grew because of that. And I think that makes people very uncomfortable, because 100%. We were the patients, not the doctors.
Yes. We are running very low on time, and I did want to just get to this crucial question of we're in a culture war. How do we realistically get out of it? I mean, obviously trying to win, but how does it realistically happen that this sort of global schisms come to an end. I'm just going to give you about 1 minute each at most. Marewa.
Yeah, resist and don't submit. That's what they want. And I just want to warn you about the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control in the World Health Organization. So with all these little death by paper cut pieces of legislation, in New Zealand, the in-game legislation included writing in submission to the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. So they are now trying to get, and this was not what the Framework Treaty was about, it was guidelines and protocols. They're now trying to get governments to insert into local law obedience to the World Health Organization, that they have to implement whatever dictates come down from the World Health Organization. This is a globalization goal.
Thank you, Marewa. Chris, would you like to speak very briefly to that? What's the realistic way?
It will be brief, because I don't think there's a solution. I think things are going to get a lot worse before they get any better. We've got a great story to tell, and there's, these guys can come up with as much junk science as they like, but we've got real-world evidence. Sweden obviously has been a great example for many years, but now you've got the comparison between New Zealand and Australia. It's just staring you in the face that this is not working. This approach is not working. And like I said before, I think kind of support and opposition amongst the general public to THR is extremely shallow and fairly superficial and not very well informed, which means that you can tip people either way. Most people aren't that bothered about this issue at all.
Yeah.
They're quite happy to live and let live. That's something we used to say in Britain all the time, live and let live. We used to say it's a free country as well. We don't say these things anymore anywhere, which is kind of worrying, isn't it? But that's a broader battle to fight.
Okay, so we've got resist, we've got not much hope if they look at the evidence staring them in the face and don't follow it. Rowan, hope in India. I have heard some of your fellow Indian advocates express some mild mid-term optimism. Do you see that too?
Sorry?
Do you feel the cause for mild mid-term optimism in India?
Yes. Of recent, I think within the last 6 months to 1 year, there has been a little bit of thawing. And in fact, just in the next week itself, I will be talking to about 4,000 doctors on the concept of THR, which is organized by one of the largest newspapers in India. It has got the maximum amount of circulation, and I feel that that is a break in the cloud. And if THR is actually brought to the street level, people will start looking at it differently and will approach the politicians to look at it in their favor.
Thank you. Yeah, that newspaper involvement fascinates me when I've been hearing a lot about the effective censorship of THR in the Indian media. And finally, Maria, if we're to get out of this, how can it realistically happen in a good way?
If we're going to get death by 1,000 paper cuts, we're going to give them death by 1,000 paper cuts. Every time an NGO writes something that is negative, inaccurate, go to their website, see who funds them. If your government funds them, write a letter to the funding agency to get their logo off of there, because your government is not paying them to lie. And it has worked effectively in Canada. And email the rest of their funders. Why are you funding someone who lies? Explain what you will do. And that's my big thing, is fight back. And fight back where it hurts, in their pocketbooks.
Okay. So, folks, that just about brings us to the end. Before I hand over to Jess, I believe we are, as we've heard, in a culture war. Some of us may relish it. Some of us may be exhausted by it. Some of us may yearn and work for reconciliation. But I think all of us, for this cause, can take a little bit of pride in our battle scars. It just remains for me to thank very much Chris, Rowan, Marewa, and please show them your appreciation. Thank you.
And thank you, Will. That was brilliant. Thank you. I won't keep you long. I know you all have bags to pack and aeroplanes to catch. It has been a great couple of days, and I think we can confidently say that we've pulled off yet another successful GFN. We've certainly learned some interesting things in the last few days. We've learned that over 100 million people across the globe have already made the decision to use vaping and other non-combustible nicotine products in their dedicated efforts to avoid painful and early deaths from smoking. We've heard that the prohibition instinct is backfiring. We're now seeing big, illegal and deadly black markets on the rise in Australia and the United States. The reality is that if you take something that people want away from them, they will still find it. We've heard about the ridiculous situation whereby anyone to do with tobacco and nicotine is increasingly being banned from publishing their research in peer-reviewed scientific journals. But supermarkets, yes, supermarkets, can publish scientific data on tobacco harm reduction. And so now some brief thank yous. I would like to thank Professor Jerry Stimson and Paddy Costal, co-founders of this conference, the retirees who, fortunately for us, can never seem to bring themselves to retire. I would like to acknowledge Professor Colin Mendelsohn, this year's winner of the Michael Russell Award, and Cliff Douglas for his inspiring oration. I would also like to thank the GFN team, because they are brilliant, and all of you who have contributed to making this a great conference. I would like to thank the Marriott for again making us so comfortable and for feeding us so well. A huge thank you to all our wonderful hosts, speakers, exhibitors, and thank you to our media partners, DDN, eClick, Two Firsts, Tobacco Intelligence, Filter, Planet of the Vapes, Vaping Today, and Vapor Poland. I would like to say a special thank you to the consumers who come every year and who make this truly a unique conference. This conference is the only one that wholeheartedly welcomes the people at the heart of tobacco harm reduction, the consumers who can and do benefit from it. And thank you to all of you for being a wonderful audience, people here in the room, and also people who could participate online. It is truly a privilege to be part of the tobacco harm reduction community, and over the next months and years, I hope that we can build stronger connections, increase our influence, enhance our reputations, and gain greater recognition for the great work that we do. So for now, please block out some time in your diary to come back to GFN next year in 2025, starting on the 19th of June. And if you have any feedback, if you have any feedback, please get in touch, because we use your feedback, we read it with great interest, and it will make GFN in 2025 even better than GFN has been in 2024. The email address to use is feedback@gfn.events, or email anyone in the GFN team. We'll look forward to reading that. Okay, so safe travels. See you next year.